Alright, let's make sure everything is set up and working properly. Hello everybody, welcome back. Please do let me know if the music is too quiet, too loud, if I'm too loud, too quiet, the general intro stuff. Is this sized properly? No, it's not. One second. Swap scenes real quick, make sure nothing broke. Yeah, we good, we good. How's everybody doing today? Good, I hope. There's gonna be a bit of echo for just a second. Okay, that sounds fine. Maybe a little bit smaller. I know some of the musics are fairly loud, so I might have to adjust the volume accordingly as we go. Nice, Hayadesh. I found that planning the day in advance is almost always just a healthy thing to do. Helps you get to everything that you want to do and doesn't leave you at the end of the day feeling like you just haven't accomplished much. Corn Slender? Ooh, my favorite! Where? I have 7 days to beat 2 more worlds. Yes, I know. I want to finish that video so badly, and I'm just not. So frustrating. The next brainstorm is at 50 minutes now. I just have specials and throws left to do. But, like, it has been a lot. Definitely gonna make a bunch of smaller videos after this. My day's going okay. This was a weekend of just adulting stuff, like taxes and whatnot. Very fun. Always the best of times. Why is Giorno Giovanna next to a Teletubby? Why wouldn't they be? What possible reason would you think these two characters don't intimately know each other? Like, they're best friends, obviously. The bonds of the purple... I don't know. It's a very purple thumbnail, now that I'm looking at it. It's about 1 p.m. I think we can get this started. So, for anybody new here, this is essentially a community showcase highlight stream thingamabob. People from the community submit their various game ideas for Smash Brothers or Mario spin-offs or new games entirely, whatever. And we're going to spend the next few hours just going over them. It's a grand old chill time. Before we start, I do want to apologize to a submitter named Chip. I know this was your first submission, but you didn't actually have a functioning link for your document, so I couldn't look at it at all. So I apologize. I will not be able to get to that one. But definitely resubmit it next time with a working link. And I will get to it, I promise. We actually only have 2 new submissions this time. Everything else is going to be a second submission, so this should be a delightful time. But first, we do have 2 newcomers to the scene. Starting off with, let me change the music real quick. Who made this? From A Potted Plant. Our first idea, well, it starts with a reveal trailer. The trailer opens on an Inkling turf war. We also see Kirby taking part with the Inkling copy ability. The music is blaring, the sun is shining, not a cloud in sight. Ink's being fired every which way, everyone's just generally having a good time. As the turf war goes on, we see an ominous figure in the shadows, obscured from view. This fight goes on, Inkling Girl, Inkling Boy, and Kirby get isolated from the main fight to go after each other. The 3 eventually find each other in a standoff, but before any ink can be slung, they notice a peculiar black substance on the ground. This doesn't look like any ink they've seen before. The substance is restless, pulsating, as if it were alive. Kirby, the brave, curious soul he is, walks up to inspect it. Doesn't seem to react to Kirby's presence. Kirby prods it a few times, but again, nothing. Kirby then tries to inhale some of it, but as soon as he does so, he immediately spits it out again. Tastes awful. Tastes like nightmares. The shadowy substance splats against the floor, this time shifting and twisting into a humanoid form, ready for a scrap. Inkling Boy comforts Kirby while Inkling Girl fires a few shots, as Duke remembers that he's supposed to share these things, so let's do that real quick. Toss that in the chat. There you go. As the ink comes to rest on it, it shifts back to match the black color of the substance, as though the color was being drained out of itself. Unfazed, the shadowy being marches towards them. Both Inklings get out of the way to warn the others in the turf war, which has gotten oddly quiet for so many people involved, whilst Kirby deftly deals with the Shadow Walker. Upon defeating it, Kirby runs back to the turf war to find the entire place fully drained of color. Dark clouds have rolled in, the music is gone, and Inkling Boy, Girl are trapped in shadowy cages, their weapons broken on the floor. They helplessly bang against the bars, pleading for help. The other Inklings in the turf war are completely missing in action, replaced by more shadowy beings bowing down to a figure in the sky. To think that people would waste precious color so frivolously. The words ring out throughout the area. Kirby hears this and looks up to find an odd shadowy being floating above everyone. He holds a scepter in his left hand and a book in the right, wearing a grin of smug satisfaction on his face. Behind him is an enormous jar filled with the bright, dazzling condensed color of the area. Don't worry, I'll make far better use of it. I must thank you for letting me have it. We then see Kirby realize that Wilfre was... Is it Wilfre? Am I pronouncing that right? I don't know. Was manipulating him the entire time to get him distracted and out of the way from the main turf war so that no one could oppose Wilfre, draining all the color. At this revelation, Kirby draws his star rod and prepares to fight Wilfre. I hear you've challenged gods with your power, says Wilfre, gesturing to his own scepter. Kirby jumps up to strike Wilfre, but Wilfre blocks it effortlessly, almost lazily, and sends Kirby back to the ground with a blast of rainbow-colored energy. You're nothing special. Gameplay happens, interspersed with commentary from Wilfre. Then we cut back to a shot of Kirby face down, with a star rod shattered, as Wilfre, star rod shattered, overlooks a world devoid of color, laughing his head off. Wilfre throws some shade. Oh, okay. It's right there. Wilfre. This is a character from the, I believe it's the DS series Drawn to Life. I have never played it myself, but I've heard very good things about it. So, clarify some things ahead of time. Raposa are the species of people in the Drawn to Life universe. It's literally Portuguese for fox, and color within Drawn to Life does refer to literal color, but within the story it's indicative of something's soul, essence, life force, etc. Wilfre is the main villain of the Drawn to Life series of games, a series of childhood trauma story-heavy platformers released for the Nintendo DS by Fifth Cell. As an aside, I'm usually not one to say we need a character to rep something, but how is our only DS character Lucario? But I digress. Prior to the events of the first Drawn to Life, he was just as much of a member of Rapoville society as anyone else. In fact, he was the most popular and well-respected member of the village, the center of attention at all times. However, beneath the surface, dark thoughts were beginning to form in Wilfre's mind. Let's rewind a bit. Within the Drawn to Life universe, there exists an entity known as the Creator, aka God, like capital G. The Creator utilizes a special book known as the Book of Life to bring forth all of his creations into existence. The world, the sun, the moon, the forests, the Raposa, the hero, everything. And for a while, all was well, but Wilfre began to think that things could be improved even further. Why can't Raposa put their creations in the Book of Life, he thought. The question racked his brain for a while, as he believed that it could be done better. If you're not picking it up, and Wilfre is literally based on Lucifer, the creators outright said so, that he could do better than the creator. He asked the mayor if it could be done, but the mayor was staunchly against the idea. After being denied the Book of Life by the mayor, he snuck into the creation hall in the dead of night, stole the book, and took it home to bring his own creations to life. Rather than come out as intended, the creations became shadowy, evil, corrupted. And when Wilfre was ran out of town by the villagers for what he did, he tore the pages out of the book and cast them to the wind. The creator grieved for their loss and sealed off the creation hall from everyone. With neither the pages nor the creator to assist them, the village began to decay. Most of the villagers evacuated the town, and the ones that remained had little to nothing in the way of hope. The eternal flame that sustained the world was extinguished, and the world fell into darkness and decay. I am really enjoying this music. I've never heard this soundtrack before, but this is great. It's kind of reminded me of like the Rayman music, which is like tailor-made for my preferences. When the creator finally returns with his new hero to save the Raposa world, Wilfre is quick to show up once more, ready and raring to finish what he started, squash the newly created so-called hero, and bring about what he deems as the world's salvation. In terms of personality, Wilfre is one of those self-styled savior-type villains. He does not see his actions as completely evil, as he believes the ends justify the means. However, he is also aware that he is doing horrible things to achieve his noble goal. Draining the color out of entire worlds, long-term manipulation of characters, kidnapping, murder, both successful and attempted, etc. And if his constant mockery and belittlement almost any time he opens his mouth is any indication, Wilfre's enjoying it, at least on some level. If the backstory didn't clue you in, Wilfre also sees himself as inherently better than those around him. Because of this, he often speaks with a distinct, slight cockiness to his voice, while at other times he'll take on a more condescending, even irate tone of voice. Think Scar's "I'm surrounded by idiots" from The Lion King, but slightly more agitated. I'll leave a few quotes to help me sell this character. "No one told you a creepy bedtime story about me? Pity. A monster. My will shall happen, and you will thank me for it. I am this world's savior. Ah, the poor little hero who lost his color. Frail and weak, just like the ones that believe in you. But do they really believe? They are too busy looking out for themselves, risking everything for fame and glory. Hoarding resources and writing rules to support the structure instead of the life it was meant to protect. Now, blinded by the beauty of creation, they have lost connection to the world that we create. The perfect storm is at hand, and with this I will end your reign of tyranny once and for all." I need water after that. 1 second. Exactly, Deke, so I'll leave a few quotes to help destroy Duke's voice early. Ah. That was very fun, though, thank you. That last quote comes from after the first phase of his boss fight in the second game, which is an unwinnable fight. I hope I've established by now that Wilfre, and Drawn to Life in general, is a far more complex, far more mature character than first appearances may lead you to believe. Drawn to Life is one of those franchises where the cutesy aesthetic belies an unsuspectingly mature and serious narrative and characters. I've seen it be compared to Kirby in that respect, but I think that Klonoa is a far more apt comparison. Unlike Kirby, when Drawn to Life decides to get dark, rather than go to Kirby route and bust out some cosmic eldritch horror, it takes the Klonoa route and decides to both literally and figuratively get real. Without spoiling anything further, some messed up stuff happens in Drawn to Life. How should he play? Looking at the other villains on Smash's roster, if you had to summarize them in one word, you get things like menacing, Sephiroth, goofy, K. Rool, power, Ganondorf, etc. What would Wilfre's be? Controlling. Wilfre should be constantly manipulating his opponents the entire match, taking away their options and forcing the opponents to play his game. Even if they win at his game, it's his game they're forced to win at. Wilfre in his games is a long-term schemer who works best at a distance. Set up a plan, watch the opponent try to keep up, then beat them back into the dirt for daring to challenge you. With this in mind, I'm going to make Wilfre a trap-based character with a focus on area control and debuffing his opponent's abilities while staying out of harm's reach. However, just like in his series, he'd have to have the weaknesses of not being great in close-range combat, have generally weak out-of-shield options, and be relatively light as well. So if you're able to circumvent his traps, work around his manipulation, and get right up close, it doesn't take much to knock him down. I agree, Smashers, but I'd say this is dark matter with an actual personality. Like, dark matter is more of a force of nature, while this is... it's literally Lucifer. Wilfre would be a relatively short character. Think around Toon Link size. He'd also be a relatively light and floaty fighter, around the ballpark of Sora, even floating above the ground when dashing similar to him. This already makes him quite unique amongst the other villains on the roster who tend to be tall, heavy, or both. Wilfre's basic moveset would utilize his Flaming Scepter, which looks similar in appearance to a paintbrush, which he acquires in the second game. He also acquires the Book of Life in the second game, and for as powerful as it makes him, Duke can straight overwrite the plot itself with it. That's awesome. He doesn't really use it in direct combat, meaning that the majority of his moveset will use the Scepter and ability to control Shadow as his main movesets, with the book being used for the final smash and other miscellaneous things. Though given his position as the leader of Shadow and the ability to manipulate darkness, tapping into his subordinates for moveset potential might not be a bad idea either. The movesets. Unique mechanic / down special Shadow Goo. Ooh! I'm gonna zoom in on this for a second. Let's have fun. I can't scroll sideways with this. That's annoying. There we go. Look at that. That's very fun. Wilfre's unique mechanic would be his signature Shadow Goo. Wilfre's goal within Drawn to Life is to envelop the world in darkness for the purpose of saving it, and through that Drawn to Life 1, this is accomplished with the use of Shadow Goo. Shadow Goo is the main, possibly only, component that shadow beings are made of within the Drawn to Life universe. In Drawn to Life, raw Shadow Goo will spawn more shadow beings until it is destroyed. And while it works a little differently in this moveset I've created, it still gets across that take care of this now or you'll have a problem later mentality. Similar to Inkling's Splat Roller, Wilfre can coat an area of the stage in Shadow Goo with his down special. Unlike Inkling's Ink, which disappears after a set time, Wilfre's goo needs to actually be attacked and destroyed in order to remove it, similar to Isabelle's Lloyd Rocket or Pac-Man's Fire Hydrant. Just like Inkling's ink, the goo will act as a trap, but with far more devastating and obvious effects than what they have. Wilfre's a villain, after all, and one that's more than happy to cheat to get his way. Standing within the goo will slowly damage anyone standing in it. Very slowly, like 1% a second. This, however, is secondary to the goo's primary purposes, as standing in the goo will slowly debuff them as well in a number of ways. Less damage, less knockback, lower weight, weaker jumps, etc. You can mix and match which debuffs it gives to balance Wilfre out. The more they're debuffed in this way, the more color will drain out of them, until eventually they become completely monochrome. Oh, that's fun! That is such a needless aesthetic change that would bring so much personality to the game. Additionally, through this goo, Wilfre can now use it to grab opponents, even if they're nowhere near him. Grabbing opponents through the goo would also use a different set of throws to the ones available through Wilfre's standard grab, since Wilfre might not be standing next to them. This taps into that cerebral forward planning a character like Snake has, and what Wilfre should have, whilst maintaining that feeling of helplessness that comes from being manipulated by your opponent. Because of Wilfre's Shadow Goo, it's possible for Wilfre to be in a position where he might be able to logically grab multiple opponents at once. Because something like this would be a bit overpowered, it follows this set of rules. Wilfre's standard grab, if successful, always takes priority over the grabs enabled by Shadow Goo, even if there's an opponent in Shadow Goo as well. If multiple opponents are within the Shadow Goo at once, the one closest to the center of the goo, aka the opponent deepest in the trap, will take priority. I think this is wise from a balance perspective, but I would love it if this was a character that could grab multiple opponents at once. Just imagine that from like a villain perspective, like coding the entire stage in this Shadow Goo, and just forcing all of your friends to stop because no, I've got you now. You are at my control. As an additional balance measure, Wilfre's grab enables via Shadow Goo, not a standard grab, will actually become laggier the further away he is from it. That is a good point, Smashers. This isn't quite like Inkling, where you can have multicolored ink to differentiate the Inklings, because everything's dark. You might just have to make it so that the goo affects everyone. Something to think about, Alright, starting with the jab. Wilfre's jab is a simple, lackadaisical backhand swat with his scepter. One of those single-hit jabs in the vein of, like, Isabelle and Pikachu. Uses the scepter as a weapon, but would leave a trail of rainbow-colored inky energy, with a smug, stuck-up look of "Begone, peasant" on his face. Dash attack is color theory. Violently swings the scepter at his opponent with both hands while floating forward, since his dash would be a float similar to Sephiroth, being on the slower but stronger side of dash attacks. With a facial expression that always says he wants to... I like the addition of facial expressions. It's an important part of... well, it's a nice added part of, like, communicating what you're trying to show of this character in a fighting game, because it's not like most games where you can communicate it through story or interactions or whatever. It's just through combat. So if you're communicating the personality through animation, you're doing much better. Forward tilt is a smaller version of Palutena's. Paints a little circle of color as it turns around, though. That's fun. And I have a finishing hitbox for when the circle is fully formed. Up tilt is flying colors. Paints above him in a rainbow arc. Most comparable to Isabelle's up tilt in terms of function. Down tilt is street art. Sweep the floor twice in front of him in a painting motion with his scepter, leaving a trail of rainbow paint on the ground before it quickly disappears. What would you expect a down tilt to be? Has a tranced trip hit opponents in the second hit. Chance. Neutral aerial is Shadow Rage. Angrily radiates Shadow Goo out from around him before it's absorbed back into his scepter. functionally similar to Mewtwo's Nair. The move hits multiple times before launching the opponent's way. Isn't really designed for comboing or killing, it's more of an emergency get-off-me move. Forward air is Rainbow Sweep. Taking it from his boss fight from next chapter, will perform a sweep with a rainbow-colored beam. Start at the 5 o'clock position and end between the 1 and 2 o'clock position. Decent power and knockback, with ridiculous range. Probably not as much as the picture, that is a very large range from the picture. But enough to at least give something like Sephiroth's up air a run for its money. But would overall have sluggish startup and especially end lag to compensate. Rather than setup, combo, or kill, more than anything this move is designed to control space. Back aerial is the reverse Rainbow Sweep. In a sort of villager situation, it's a near mirror image of his forward air. Combine this with the ability to reverse your aerials, this would make for an effective guessing game you can force onto your opponents. Oh, that's interesting! Because this starts from the 5 o'clock and ends at the 1 and 2, so it's going from down to up, whereas the back air is starting up and going down. So with the ability to reverse aerials, you're kind of really surprising opponents with where the attack is going to start from. That can actually lead to some really fun situations. Up aerial is drag down. For the up air, use the scepter to summon a tall but relatively thin black tornado above him. Based on the attack he uses in his boss fight, this is a multi-hit up air and comes with a small set of wind boxes on either side to help drag opponents into the move. Uniquely for an up air, it would actually meteor smash people on the final hit. It is a tornado after all, it makes sense to suck someone down. That is fun, I like that a lot. Wilfre being an inherently disrespectful character, giving him a spike somewhere just feels right, and giving Wilfre a move to force opponents back to the ground level makes sense for a character who's all about ground-based straps. I like this synergy, it's really good! Dragging down opponents who think they're above him also works on a meta level as well. And you know there's going to be a situation where you have someone like Ganondorf or Falcon or whoever stomp Wilfre off the stage and you can just choose no you. Naturally, a move like this would need to be balanced properly. I remember Kong's Cyclone, making it that disjointed and giving it a spike is scary, but I think it can be done. Maybe make it so you can't auto-cancel with it, or give it a ton of landing lag, or give it K-Rule up air levels of lag. Down aerial is Fallen Star. Another attack taken directly from his boss fights and is unique for being a projectile aerial. Wilfre would cast a star-shaped projectile directly below him, rotating as it falls before it either hits the ground or fades away. The move, similar to down Mega Man's, would be able to spike opponents should you sweet spot the move. The star would cycle between multiple different designs, but still retain its basic shape, since the star is an item you have to draw into existence and draw into life. Neat? Forward smash will gesture in front of him with his staff, concentrating all the color in the area in front of him into a single tiny point. I would love if that effect, legitimately drained the color from the area temporarily. That'd be so cool. Longer it charges, the more color gets concentrated, and upon release, it forcefully explodes back into the environment as a spherical detonation of rainbow-colored energy. Think Giga Flare, but on a smaller scale. Not a projectile, and sucks color out of the environment instead of darkening the screen a bit. God, that'd be so cool. Up smash is a color beam, blast of color that goes directly up. It hits multiple times, knocking the opponent further up the beam with each hit, before ending with the finisher right at the tip of the beam. Think Palutena's up smash, but it comes from Wilfre himself rather than in front of him. In line with this manipulative nature, this would work great for platform pressure. Down smash is Dark Lightning. Wilfre has an attack where he fires a lightning bolt at the ground, which splits into a pair of lightning projectiles that travel along the floor. Think Marx's ice ball attack. I propose that we repurpose this for his down smash. Wilfre will hold his staff upward to gather power before stabbing his scepter into the ground as lightning projectiles attack both sides simultaneously. While it's not the strongest, and kinda lacking in terms of verticality, it's got surprisingly good horizontal reach for down smash, getting across the attack's cover the floor nature. I love this. Smash Brothers needs way more Use a staff, slam the ground kind of down smashes. It's such a fun, satisfying move. Can I grab water? 1 second. For his grab, Wilfre will open a dark portal on the ground in front of him. From the portal, shadowy, ethereal tendrils will rise up and try to grab someone. Uniquely for a grab, it extends straight up, rather than across the stage. Think Palutena's up smash, but slightly shorter and a grab. Upon a successful grab, the enemy will be dragged back to the ground and the tendrils will transform and take the form of a shadow cage, similar to how Wilfre imprisons villagers in Drawn to Life 1. As you might expect, it's a bit on the slower side, but given its range, especially alongside Shadow Goo, this is a reasonable balance measure to take. Tendrils take after the Shadow Grabber enemy. Is this a... Oh, this is just sprites. Yeah. You guys can see those, right? Since Wilfre can both grab an opponent next to him with his standard grab and grab opponents from afar with his Shadow Goo, he will require a different throw animation for each, since unlike every other fighter, he might not be directly next to his opponent to do his throws. Because of Wilfre's Shadow Goo, it is possible for Wilfre to be in a position where he might be able to logically grab multiple opponents at once. Oh yeah, we already covered this. Pummel, just a blast with a rainbow-colored energy. But in the goo, the lid of the cage will forcibly slam down on the opponent before rising back up, basically compressing them. That's a fun animation! Forward throw has one of the walls disappear, and Wilfre fires a much larger blast. But when it's just the goo, the cage will turn into chains, wrapping around the fighter from the waist down before throwing them away. For the back throw, close transforms into an unnatural, elongated hand. You can easily see the bars becoming the fingers. I can as well. That's a fun-looking animation in my mind. Which picks up the opponent and casually tosses them away like mere trash. Something cringe. Ah! Yes, the cage will reform back into tendrils while it is goo, flinging the opponent back and grinding them along the ground. The standard one for the up throw, the lid would disappear and the floor of the cage would shunt them upwards. And when it's goo, they will be literally spat out of the cage. Down throw. Both of Wilfre's down throws have been designed with the purpose of putting the opponent in a down state, similar to Snake. This is specifically to synergize with his ground-based traps, making it so the opponents can get even more color drained out of them. Standard has it revert back to tendrils and forcibly merge back into the ground. And then while it's just goo, would fill in the blanks to become a more completely formed black box, damaging the fighter in a way you can't see before returning back to the Shadow Goo to reveal the opponents lying limp on the floor. Okay, I know this is a long one, but it's very in-depth, which I'm quite enjoying. Neutral special is Shadow Puppets. For his neutral special, Wilfre will assume a defensive stance with his scepter, and if anyone strikes Wilfre in this state with a non-grab attack, Wilfre's body will shift into a dark facsimile of the opponent and perform the same attack back at them. As this happens, Wilfre will show up either behind the copy or be behind the opponent, revealing that his real self was in the shadows the whole time. The copy will also replicate any buffs the opponent has when copying the attack, deep breath, oomph, even items like the super mushroom, just to name a few. I love this. This is like my Joker concepts, which I was always very fond of. For example, Mega Man goes for the Flame Sword against Wilfre, Wilfre's body will turn into Mega Man and do the Flame Sword right back. It has a relatively weak multiplier as far as counters go, but will replicate any hitbox that triggers it, meaning a massive trigger hitbox means a massive counter hitbox. Wilfre's counter will not have a stun effect when applied to melee attacks, similar to Sora's but not as strong. If Wilfre is on the ground and counters an opponent aerial, the clone will rise into the air slightly as it transforms and performs the aerial in a fixed position with no movement whatsoever. Kind of like Peach float combos, okay. If Wilfre counters an opponent's down aerial, the clone would rise in the air significantly higher, a full average character height at least, to ensure that the down air connects. That's right, Wilfre can make you Ganondorf stomp yourself. On the flip side, if Wilfre is in the air and counters an opponent's grounded move, Wilfre's clone will move vertically to be in line with the opponent's, and perform the aerial in place. I can see this being possible to code if you just, like, add in a parameter where, like, it positions the clone in a way that is... How do I put this? Like, center the hitbox of whatever move hits you on an axis and just calculate a way to place the clone wherever that axis is centered. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like, as I can see this being complicated, but I think there is a generalized way you could program this to make it work. It just requires a bit of voodoo programming. Multi-hit moves would have Wilfre replicate the entire move for the sake of consistency. For similar reasons, the moves wouldn't distinguish between sweet spots and sour spot. It copies the whole move no matter what. For moves with varying levels of charge, Wilfre's counter would replicate whatever level it was. For example, it would be able to replicate all 3 levels of Sephiroth's Mega Flare rather than just the base one. Speaking of which, similar to Palutena's and K. Rool's counters, Wilfre's would also be able to work on projectiles. Visually, however, it would look less like the enemy's attack being reflected back at them, and more the projectile getting absorbed and redirected out through Wilfre's clone. 1 second, I think... Nope, didn't mean to click that. I need to reset the playlist. There we go. There we go. Oh, give me just a second. Just 10 seconds. One more. Alright, sorry about that. Someone's at the door. Where was I? Projectiles. Spits projectiles back out. Projectile has similar particle effects similar to Wilfre's Shadow. That's fun. Grab some water real quick. I really shouldn't have voiced Wilfre as hard as I did. That took a lot out of me. Okay. Side special is Black Hole. Wilfre will create a powerful gray portal to set distance in front of him. Think Palutena's explosive flame, but built more with utility in mind rather than offense. The primary function of this move is still incredibly powerful, a suction windbox, forcefully sucking up anyone or anything caught in its pull. It doesn't deal any damage or knockback, and doesn't even cancel opponents out of attack animations. E.g., if used on Sonic mid-spin dash, Sonic would still execute the attack, but the portal suction overrides his momentum, leaving him just spin dashing in place. The portal would be slightly larger than Palutena's explosive flame, and would always show up a set distance away from him. This means the move would have a blind spot a set distance immediately in front of him, further reinforcing his weakness of getting in close, befitting his manipulative nature. But oh my gosh, 1 second. Befitting his manipulative nature and functioning identically to the ability in this series, Wilfre can forcibly reposition his opponents to, say, line them up for an aerial or suck them away from the stage as they're trying to recover, or even use it to drag his opponents into the shadow goo. The portal doesn't show up for long and has a decent chunk of end lag, but for Wilfre's kit, it's a powerful tool that enables a bunch of his other moves. I can see that being really cool with copies that have really long animations. Like, if you copied Sephiroth doing Giga Flare, and then immediately used this, you could hold somebody in place long enough for the Giga Flare to hit. Up special is Shadow Flight. Wilfre would spout a pair of shadowy wings from his back and fly freely for a brief time. Think something like Duck Hunt's final up special or Pits from Brawl. This move doesn't have a hitbox, it's purely a recovery reposition tool. The wings are based on those Shadow Bat enemies, one of the first Shadow enemies you recover. So what's notable about this move? Well, firstly, Wilfre would be part of the elusive my up B doesn't put me in free fall club. Additionally, Wilfre can cancel out of the move at any time into an air dodge or any of his aerials and specials. Imagine a last stock situation where Wilfre is recovering, the opponent tries to stomp him before he can reach the ledge, and Wilfre cancels his up B into an up aerial as a you first situation. And why? Because the opponent thought you were vulnerable and got tricked for it. Likewise, the opponent can anticipate Wilfre's fake out and try for a fake out of their own, and that's just one example of the potential mind games this move can grant. I really love how much thought has been put into this playing a character fantasy for Wilfre. Like, I'm getting a little invested in this character, and I've never played this game before. That's really, really good. And then the down special is the Shadow Goo we've been talking about so much. Go to the ground beneath him with the prominent part of the original drawn to life. If Wilfre is in the air, the Shadow Goo will fall until it lands on either the ground or a fighter. Most of what this move does was already covered in the unique mechanics situation. Section. Oh my section. English is getting hard. 1 second, I need more water. Okay. When used in the air, Shadow Goo will freely fall until it lands on a surface or a fighter. If it lands on a fighter, it'll apply the debuffs and damage at a much faster rate. However, opponents can't shake the goo off of them, similar to the fire item, and Wilfre can't grab opponents through Shadow Goo like he can when it's on the ground. And then the final smash is the ultimate creation. Following the great example of K. Rool and Wilfre, and Ridley, Wilfre will fit into that genre of final smash of the bad guy wins. Especially fitting for him since in the final fight with him in the next chapter, he is undefeatable in the first phase, and requires a literal actual active god to help level the playing field. Upon activating the final smash, Wilfre would open the Book of Life and tear out a page, proclaiming the perfect storm is at hand. Curiously, for a cinematic final smash, its activation hitbox changes depending on whether he's on the ground or in the air. On the ground, it's above him, and the opposite would happen in the air. Upon a successful activation, Wilfre will summon his ultimate creation and sit upon it. The ultimate creation would then suck up all color out of the nearby environment in a tornado of pure darkness, leaving a blank, featureless void before sucking the opponent in as well. The intense winds and several colorful lightning strikes devastate the opponent as Wilfre sits atop, laughing away. As an aside, this would be one of those final smashes that KO you instantly at 100% or over. We got a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. I'm just going to kind of breeze through this because we've been on this concept for a bit. Pops through a portal for an entrance animation. Insults you as a taunt. Those are always some of the best ones. Calls you a mindless Baki. Has a nice chuckle taunt. Very nice. Ooh, and his third one, it is the exact same animation as his counter special, but it can be counseled? I tried to say countered and cancelled at the same time. It can be cancelled, though. So you can, like, fake people out, thinking you're attacking, but you're just taunting. That's so good! Got an idol that absorbs some color from the air. One that bangs his scepter on the ground twice. I like it. Got a series logo right here. Some nice costumes with some colors. Oh, I guess you could still kind of color the dark goo. It just have to be very monochrome. Or maybe, like, just have, like, the color outlines of whichever player is playing. I think there's ways to, Sorry, I just read it. Baki Reggie feeling personally threatened by mindless Baki. Sorry, Baki Reggie. I'm sure it wasn't personal. I'm sure it wasn't personal. Alright, these costumes seem to be referencing specific characters, which without pictures is rather hard to, well, picture. Got the victory animations. One where several minions bow before him like cultists. One where he's looking through the Book of Life to find the page of the opponent and tears it to pieces. And one where he's sitting upon the ultimate creation. And then that's a lovely Kirby hat. This hat right here, also kind of resembling the Shadow Kirby. That's great. Box ring title is the Shadow of Doubt. That's a fun losing animation. He kind of just loses control of his form and is just like rapidly transformed between various instances he's taken. Like, look at that! And you got that's nice. A classic mode based on people who fight against the darkness. You got Joker, who fights shadows, Ryu, who fights darkness in himself, Sora, which is obvious, Simon and Richter, who vanquish the darkness. That's great. I like that. Small details. Wilfre leaves a pure blank footprint where he steps. Every attack has a trail of rainbow ink, which turns monochromatic before disappearing. That's such a fun visual image. My god. Simon says wait. Does Simon say different things to different characters? Is that a thing? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Has personalized victory quotes for Fox, Palutena, and the Inklings, referencing Raposa as Fox people, Palutena as light versus dark, and Inklings for color. I like it. That's fun. Oh, think about that. Combining the shadow stuff with Steve's blocks. Oh, that'd be so weird, but I'd love it so much. We got a stage here as well. I think I'm going to skip over the stage for now. If you want to see the stage for yourself, just go ahead and check out the documents. But I'm feeling quite happy with just ending at the moveset at large. And what a moveset! I think in terms of a functional character embodying a fantasy of, like, the archetype they're trying to go for here, which is a manipulator slash controlling character with, like, traps and stuff. This is impeccably well thought out. I could easily picture this being an actual character added to Smash Ultimate, just as is here. The neutral special could be a bit wonky to make work. But again, I think if you do some weirdness with, like, taking, like, the center of the hitbox and centering that on where the character is currently, and then just moving the character model of the puppets. I need to, like, show this visually. Just listening to myself try to explain this, it's not working. But I think it's possible. That's the point I'm trying to make. But this would be a delightful character. It's genuinely wanting me to try out Drawn to Life. Just the combination of the fun visual effects, both with, like, the rainbow animations going monochrome to draining color out of everything hits, just that alone. Minimum, I want this as like an assist trophy or something, because that'd be such a fun thing to add to the game. Making both the stage and the characters monochromatic. There's so many characters that I could be so cool with. I feel inspired by this. That's the best sign. And again, just like the entire traps mechanic with the shadow goo, and be able to grab people through it, that's so interesting. Could be such a fun and terrifying character to deal with. But at the same time, it doesn't feel as, like, scary as some other characters could be, because, like, going through all of this, let me double check real quick. There's really only one projectile here. So unlike many other Trapper-based characters like Snake and such, this is more about area denial rather than outright zoning people out. Because you got the black hole here, but that's more for, like, keeping people in place rather than actual damage. Yeah, it doesn't even deal damage. So you're not really a zoner, you're kind of more just dancing around people, trying to get them to stand in the area that you want them to, which is just... I don't think there's any other character in the game like that right now. But yeah, Potted Plant, well done. You have absolutely sold me on Drawn to Life. This is a character that I would absolutely main if it was in Smash Ultimate. Well done. Well done indeed. I'm gonna grab some water real quick before we move on to the next one. Alright, next up... From... oh, hang on. I think I'm actually... yeah, I'm gonna start this one from the basic overlay first. I have an idea. Just because of how this reveal trailer is set up. Okay. We open on a sprawling plain full of broken down buildings, akin to the Breath of the Wild's ruins. The sky is cloudy, a storm is brewing. The camera pans across the battered battlefield as smoke emanates from the many patches of fire scattered around. Several fighters, Kirby, Sonic, Pikachu, Pit, lie face down in the dying grass, unable to get back up. We zoom in to find Link on the ropes in a battle with Ganondorf. He grips his sword tightly before charging towards the Gerudo King, and he is immediately cast aside with a single swing of Ganondorf's claymore. He is no match for the towering terror before him. Ganondorf steps closer to Link, menace filling his cruel laugh. He raises his weapon to deliver a climactic blow. Before he can finish the fight, he's bowled over by Donkey Kong, who rolls in out of nowhere. DK pounds his chest and fletches? He's a Fletcher now, sure. And flexes, and is then crushed by Bowser. Bowser breathes fire with a Koopa laugh and is then smacked aside by King Dedede's hammer. Dedede does a little victory dance, is then rammed into by K. Rool's massive bodily armor. Everyone is here. Good grief. K. Rool begins to laugh and then looks around suspicious. Wow, that was not what that word is. Suspiciously, to make sure he's not about to be hit by anyone else. Behind him, a bright light shines, and when he turns around, he's sent flying by one of Dark Beast Ganon's twin blades. Another light, this time behind Ganon. He roars ferociously as the now risen form of Giga Bowser, who bares his teeth in a demonic grin. The two monsters steel themselves. They rush towards each other, winding up to land a powerful hit. They're about to impact when... a giant ball, made of assorted items, that have been mashed together rolls over Ganon and Bowser, picking them both up in the process. The storm begins to dissipate as the sound of birds chirping fills the air. Link returns to his feet and looks up at the massive sphere in awe. It stops rolling. Link hears a small noise below him and then looks down to see... the prince rolls in. I love this song so much. Descending from the stars to roll up his enemies, the Prince of all Cosmos from Katamari Damashi, joins the battle. The Prince is a very small fighter. He runs as fast as Marth and has an airspeed matching Ryu. He stands roughly as tall as Kirby and weighs about as much as him. However, he's also brought his Katamari into battle, which can grow to be quite large. It begins with a diameter the same height as the Prince and caps out around Bowser's height. At its smallest size, the Katamari gives the Prince the traits listed above. When at its maximum size, it makes the Prince as slow as Ganondorf, as aerodynamic as Pit, and as heavy as Donkey Kong. When using the Prince, players will need to be mindful of how big the Katamari is getting, and as its size determines its attack and launch power, as well as the Prince's movement speed. When given time to build up a ball of things, the Prince can pack quite the punch. However, he may benefit from keeping the ball small so he can dodge and recover more easily. Oh, thank you, Hayadash. Let me share the link to this real quick. Boop, and boop. The prince's Katamari stays with him all throughout the match. When he walks or runs, he pushes it with him. When he jumps, he carries it along with a short rainbow tether. Many of his attacks utilize the Katamari as he swings it, rolls it, or slams it into the ground. His forward smash has him charge up or run before sprinting directly into the ball, which nudges it forward slightly. However, the important part of the Katamari comes when the prince uses his neutral special or down special. I actually turn this music down a little bit. I really love it, but it's... I don't want to speak over over vocals. During these moves, the Katamari will begin to accumulate various random items from caramels and magnets to signposts and fish. As these items are rolled up, they add size and weight to the Katamari, thereby altering the attributes of the prince. The larger the Katamari gets, the more damage and knockback it deals to enemies, but the less speed it allows the prince when he moves. A bigger ball is hard to log during combat, after all. If the Katamari gets too big, not to worry. All the prince needs to do is either take damage or hold down his shield special. Either will remove items from the Katamari and restore the prince's former speed and damage. Proper management of the Katamari's size is key to mastering the prince's moveset. The prince is a unique take on a hybrid fighter. The likes of Pokemon Trainer, Zelda Sheik, and Pyramithra are binary hybrids and can swap between different weight classes and playstyles with the press of a button. The prince's Katamari allows him to act as a gradient hybrid, as the amount of items he picks up gradually increases his weight until it reaches its cap. If you want to get super technical about it, he's really cycling through 7-ish weight classes, but you can't really tell when playing as him. At lighter weights, the prince works best as a hit-and-run fighter. He can roll in and out of combat with relative ease, but he doesn't have many multi-hit attacks to keep enemies occupied and just prefers to just knock them down before he can do anything to him. At heavier weights, his Katamari allows the prince to become a powerhouse fighter. He boasts great KO potential and doesn't need to worry about getting launched as far, but he is a bigger target and will need to stay on the stage until he can shake some items off of the Katamari. At any rate, the prince has great single-hit attacks and knockback. Very few of his moves can hit enemies more than once in one sitting, but ideally he'll be good enough at impressing his foes that he won't need to worry about that. Forward smash is a body slam. The prince runs in place as he builds up speed, then charges face first into his Katamari. He stops upon impact, but the Katamari is bumped forward a bit, which can launch foes. Down smash is the prince hop. The prince grips his Katamari and crouches slightly, then lifts the Katamari over his head and leaps up before slamming it into the ground. The Katamari itself has good knockback, and there's a small shockwave on either side that deals light damage and barely flinches foes. I just read from potted plants. Stuff attached to the Katamari is prime cameo material. Just imagine Waluigi or something just in there as well. That would be amazing. There's just, including random items from just any video game series in Smash, gives some, you could just have like random Octoroks or Goombas, or just Zelda pots, or literally whatever. Would be fantastic. Up smash is all rolled up. The prince rolls his Katamari in place and gradually speeds up, and loses control and gets rolled up into the Katamari. It then it then spins very fast and rises into the air slightly, dealing multiple hits of damage. After this, it drops back onto the ground and bounces to launch foes. In terms of specials, the neutral is the Rolling Star. The prince pushes his Katamari forward at roughly the same speed as Inkling's roller. As he moves, items are added onto the Katamari, and if the Katamari happens to make contact with an enemy fighter, said fighter will be rolled up into the Katamari for slightly longer than they would remain in a grabbed state. The prince may then take advantage of this by performing most of his other moves. Smash attacks, specials, and jabs are allowed, but tilts, aerials, and grabs will free the enemy. So you can literally roll somebody into your Katamari, grab it, and then just smash it repeatedly into the ground while they're stuck in it. That's so good. Side B is Charge and Roll. prince takes the Katamari in place, picking up speed before dashing forward at breakneck speeds, aka a la Ike's quick draw, the more charge, the more distance, and knockback. However, there are two caveats. If it misses the enemy, the Katamari will take a second to slow down, which presents the risk of the prince falling off the stage. If it hits the enemy or a wall at 66 charge or higher, the Katamari will lose a few items as a result of the impact, and at max charge, even more items will be lost. So a kind of a risk-reward by losing items, but also a way to manage the items while attacking. Down B is full of things. Spins the Katamari in place as long as the button is held down. As it spins, items are added onto the Katamari. Enemies who touch the Katamari will take repeated damage with a chance of being pulled deeper into the hitbox. There is no finishing hit to follow this damage. The move functions more as an opener for other moves. And up B is Rainbow Jr. The prince musters all his energy to call upon a royal rainbow like his father, lifting the Katamari upward, slightly to the side if the player tilts left or right during the move, while he hovers in place. However, since the prince isn't as strong as the king yet, his rainbow fades away shortly after activating the move, and the prince is yanked toward the Katamari thanks to his bungee cord-like tether. The prince gains a hitbox as he's pulled upward, dealing damage to nearby enemies and extra damage to anyone stuck in the Katamari. He then overshoots, allowing him to reach for the stage. It has a range comparable to the Pharaoh's Wind move. And then the Shield B grabs the Katamari with both hands and shakes it vigorously. As he does so, items fall off the Katamari until it's back to its default size. This is a very nice moveset that is built entirely around one simple gimmick. Like, it's not complex at all. Like, the various, like, smashes and jabs and whatnot are really simple moves, but it's all being done in service of this brilliant way of making a gradient hybrid character. I'm really enjoying this. And of course, Final Smash, like, come on. Come on. There's only one thing this can be. The disembodied head of the King of all Cosmos appears and creates a royal rainbow, which deals a small amount of damage and can capture any fighters within a range in front of the prince, as well as the Katamari. In space, the king then assesses the Katamari and the fighters within it. If the fighters haven't taken enough damage, he rejects the Katamari before flinging it back towards the ground. Back on the stage, the Katamari slams into the ground and loses all of its items, while massive damage is dealt to the fighters caught in the rainbow. If the fighter has taken at least 65% damage, he approves the Katamari and launches it into space to become a star, after which any captured fighters at or above the threshold are instantly KO'd. If the royal rainbow misses, the king lingers for a moment with wide eyes before vanishing while the prince shrugs and shakes his head. That is great. I'd love it if you could, like, have... Like, it'd be a lot of extra work, but imagine if there were, like, specific designs of stars, depending on the fighter that was mixed up into it. That could be really fun. Side taunt is just pulls out a couple of maracas and dances from side to side. Down taunt, you gotta have the pose of the King of Cosmos, like, you just gotta. And up tilt is a backflip. Palette swaps, there's so many options you could go with. We got green, red, blue, yellow, black, light gray, white, and purple. That's great. Box and ring title can either be the Lonely Rolling Star or the Prince of all Cosmos. And the home stage is Urchin Town, the main location from Katamari Damacy. The stage has an ocean on one side and a walk-off on the other. Don't worry, there's a bulldozer on that side preventing anyone from actually walking away to their death. Various objects, from benches to buoys to bad boy bicycles, can be used as platforms, but can all be launched away if they take enough damage. Like Pac-Man's fire hydrant, but with much more health. Sometimes a large Katamari pushed by Marcy will roll from the background, and if he does, Be ready. In a few moments, the Katamari will roll from the background towards the foreground, then bounce up and plummet to the battlefield. Any fighters too close will take massive damage and go flying as the Katamari explodes into items. And you'll see a bunch of characters in the background. Even the king, looming over the entire town. Got some music from here. That's a fun... Alright, so the classic mode is just very literal to Katamari. Just going up against bigger and bigger enemies. That's fantastic. Went from Kirby to Giga Bowser. And a bunch of spirit battles. Applicatory chords. I cannot describe how happy I am that this has become synonymous with this series and my channel. Thank you all for reading. See you again. Man, what do I even add to this? It's so simple, but it doesn't need to be any more complicated because the Katamari aspect of it is so ingrained into the gameplay of the base game, and that's all you really need to bring into Smash. The personality and just general hilarity of it naturally just applies just based on how a Katamari functions. And like, there's not any aerials or tilts or anything here, but like, I actually appreciate that that's not here. I know a lot of people feel pressure to like include every single little detail with their movesets, but you don't really have to do so. All you really need to do is just provide enough of a hook that explains how the character functions, and it becomes pretty easy to just fill in the blanks for the viewer themselves. Like, I don't need to be able to have a down air or a side tilt here, because I can easily picture how that would work just because of how easily I've been sold on this gimmick. Well done, RetroBeetle. Trying to think about any feedback I could give here. I would love to see a little more interaction with just how things are rolled up, because I just feel like there's so much you could do with just random nonsense in Smash Brothers. Like, if you roll up a Bob-omb, does it stick to it? And if that part of the Katamari runs into an opponent, does it explode? Or if you run into like an assist trophy, do they keep attacking as they're stuck to the Katamari? That could easily get into the point of where things are getting way too complicated for their own good. I think as a baseline, this is essentially perfect. I just think there's a lot of funny areas you can go in. Funny directions you can go in with the absurdity of Katamari. Also loved that intro trailer so much. You set me up on a silver platter to change the music along with the drama of the trailer. Get some water real quick. All right. Well done, RetroBeetle. That was a ton of fun. Alright, next up, we have two channel members submitting some stuff for consideration. So thank you to Jojo and Ferality for supporting the channel. We'll be covering your stuff next, and we'll start with Jojo. Submitting, what else? But a moveset from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I will say off the bat, I can highlight this to make it a little easier to read. 1 second, I'm just gonna quickly go through the documents. Black on a dark blue background is very difficult to read. Not a big problem, as it's easy to just highlight There we go. Okay. So, little introduction. This character is actually two characters with a ton of thematic similarities, as if they are rivals of each other. Namely, because these two are rivals to each other in a way, as they're both from the source material. Also, spoilers for Part 5 if you haven't seen it yet. Ooh. How do I handle this? I guess just spoiler warning, peoples. I've never watched Jojo, so I don't know enough to, like, dodge around them. Alright. This is a moveset for Giorno Giovanna. First, a bit of history. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a manga series starting in 1987 within Weekly Shonen Jump by one Hirohiko Araki. I'm sure I mispronounced that. Araki is a legendary artist and has even gotten into the Louvre. Really? It's kind of so... Alright, cool. He's the creator of the series and continues to do it for a specific reason. JoJo's is an anthology, and there are multiple, currently 8 parts of the series. 6 of those have been animated, while the other 2 are currently only in comic form. Albeit Part 7 is unadaptable, so I'm hoping it's good. Anyways, onto Giorno himself. He is the main JoJo of Part 5, Vento Audio. Literally my favorite piece of fiction, period. Nice! And Giorno takes a more proactive role in the story. He's also the most different in terms of the bloodline, as he is actually more so related to the most prominent villain, Dio Brando. And only counts as a member of the Joestar family because Dio stole Jonathan's body. It's a long story. And due to this, Giorno is basically the child of Jonathan and Dio, having Jonathan's kindness and honor mixed in with Dio's cunning and ruthlessness when needed. Overall, he's basically a flat arc. He shows up, leads the rest of the cast into being better versions of themselves, even his enemies, and eventually becomes the mod boss of Italy. Now, let's see what this gangstar can do in the world of Super Smash Bros. Giorno is kind of a twig, like he's going to be light. Giorno is less of a direct fighter, rather a support. This will be shown in him focusing more on zoning than the typical rushdown fare seen with a typical anime protagonist. Giorno is pretty fast and has decent stats overall, just below average kill power because Giorno shouldn't be alone. Stats are actually identical to Joker because both have a nearly identical build. Gimmicks. Oh, I should mention this before going any further. They're credited differently, but this is the same person that submitted the Esmeralda moveset way back in, I think, the first episode of this when we started with the, doing this as a live stream. Giorno is a stand user, like Aya. Aya? I think it's Aya. However, Giorno has actually gotten into fights, so his stand, while more combat-centric than Aya's, is still pretty weak in comparison to Diavolo. But there's an interesting property that Gold Experience does have, and this is Life Giver. I suppose this gimmick is called Gold Experience, then. With Life Giver, Gold Experience can briefly slow down the opponent's perception of time to that of which time is activated. But this is also a sweet spot in a position that isn't exactly ideal for Giorno. A text with a sweet spot indicated with this text. Okay. Oh, Gold Experience is the stand! Okay. It's basically if Dio's the world was a ladybug twin. Also, Giorno can also summon Mista. Mista can be summoned by either landing a grab or using side special and will act as either a turret or an assist. The smash attacks are how you use Mista as. If Mista is on screen, Mista will shoot his gun in that general direction. But since Mista is the grab, Giorno can't use a normal grab while Mista is standing apart from Giorno. So Mista, when he grabs someone in this state, will just toss the grabbed foe in the general direction Giorno is in. Okay, so kind of summonable turrets that can throw out a command grab to bring you towards you. That's pretty good. Mista can take 30% before being forced to despawn, though he takes half damage to all projectiles, even final smashes, and you must wait 20 seconds before Mista can be ready to be used again, which will disable Giorno's grab for that set amount of time. One more thing, but if Gold Experience ever punches one of Mista's bullets, it will become a tree on contact, and okay, sure, why not? And acts as a projectile hit grab at a platform if it hits anything. This is Giorno Mista. Fun fact, but he smells bad canonically. And this is the tree it's referring to. Yeah, just literally a tree. Nice. Standard attack, of course, Moda Moda. Has his stand into a stand rush. Giorno can walk slowly during this jab, and it lasts up to 3 seconds. If the opponent somehow gets hit by all of it, they will get afflicted by Life Giver. Dash attack is Noble Heart, just another simple charging shoulder tackle. Very nice. Up tilt is Moda 1-2. Punches up 2 times in quick succession. Quite fast it is not. Quite fast it is not. Is it not? Quite fast is it not. I thought it was written like Yoda speech for some reason. Within the wrist is where the sweet spot is. Side tilt is another Moda Moda. Same as jab, but walking. That's just a fun visual image. Like, of course you can have a Jojo character do that. I'm so upset that I don't know that reference here, but that sounds hilarious. Should be instantly killed if an attack does exactly 4% to him. And down tilt is Golden Slide. Another slide attack. Press around. Very similar stuff to Joker here, which makes sense. They both got stands essentially. Smash attacks. The up smash is the Wario kick. Gold experience appears and performs a high aiming roundhouse kick, serving as an anti-air attack. This attack is capable of hitting twice if the opponents are hit by GE's knee, and then foot, and if both hits connect, they will be inflicted with Life Giver. Nice. Side smash is Father Like Son. Gold experience appears and performs a gut punch forwards. They'll be inflicted with a Life Giver if they are hit while directly in front of Giorno when GE punches. And down smash is the Wario smash. Giorno crouches down as he has gold experience, punches the ground around 5 times, sprouting some thorns on either side of him. So they will disappear immediately after the attack ends. Life Giver's sweet spot is in the arms. I'm enjoying this hyper-positional character here. Having almost every attack have a very specific place you want to land people. Gets into that sort of like Marth Tipper knee, Captain Falcon knee strategy. Makes it the kind of character that feels really, really good to master. Ariel as Giorno is in Paris. It's just a pose, because of course it is. It's a Jojo character. Forward air is cool. I love using the Jojo fighting game. That's such an easy reference. Forward smash has a sweet spot and can spike. But this is also the one time where... Interesting, okay. So the Life Giver effect is in the sour spot because if you're spiking somebody, the Life Giver thing isn't helpful. Interesting. Back air is a kick, like this, but doing it behind him. Up air is like reuse up air. Basically, I mentioned that mixed with up tilt to perform my gold experience, and then you get this up air. The fist is the sweet spot. Down air is a triple kick, like snakes, but anime. I feel like you could say that a lot for a lot of these moves. It's just this, but anime. The grab is Mista, as we've established. But Mista does not appear if no one is in range. Interesting. Okay, okay. Pummel is Mista kneeing you. Forward is Golden Throw. Giorno uses gold experience to knock the opponent out of Mista's hands with his ASB throw. Automatically applies Life Giver because of how bad Giorno's grab is. Back throw has Mista toss you. Up throw kicks you in the balls to do 12%. But what happens when you kick Rob? What happens when you kick Mr. Game & Watch? Up throw is gun. Tosses you in the room and shoots you with his gun. Nice. Special attacks. Neutral special is healing. Giorno starts gathering around some object, and if he finds one, he then turns it into a body part which he heals himself with a random percent. Unreliable without an item. With an item, Giorno will turn it into a body part and heals 15%. Interesting. So it is a heal, but balanced out in like competitive play by being unreliable without items going around. That's an interesting way to balance that. I kind of like that. Side special is the Sex Pistols. Why did they look like... That's horrifying. Mista is summoned, and this will allow Giorno to micromanage Mista. And if the button is tapped while Mista is out, number 5 will join Giorno, automatically reflecting projectiles until the next time Giorno or Mista is hit. Number 5 is a 5-second cooldown. I feel like I'm missing a functionality here by not knowing enough about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So you summon Mista, which allows you to micromanage him, which includes all the other actions with Mista provides, and if you tap it, you will get one of these bullets for yourself. Okay, I get it. Rob grows balls just for the occasion. Oh, I did not want to read that. Why did you do that? Up special is Up the Vine, Tree of Life. Make a vine with gold experience and whip it up into the air. On the ground, however, Giorno will create a tree instead and have it set up as a trap. Nice. And then down special is the Frog. Side special, literally useless. Sex Pistols never actually hit their targets. Well, yeah, that's why they reflect bullets. They're so bad at hitting their targets that they prevent other people from hitting their targets. And for the down special, Giorno summons a frog via Life Giver. It acts as a slow-moving projectile that also acts as a counter, because if you damage Giorno's life forms, you take double damage, as any attack on it will be an attack on oneself. Giorno can also pick it up and throw it. So the last pose is a taunt if you're holding the frog. It's a moving projectile trap count. That's interesting! Ooh, that's actually really interesting. Because it's a completely different way of countering by making it an aerial denial instead of just a, hey, don't hit me here. Just having the frog in that area, making people scared of attacking, because if they hit the frog, they hit themselves. That's really cool. Sorry for I'm just stopping for a second, but I'm just kind of imagining all the situations that would be so interesting. That completely shuts down zoning just in general. Because if you've got the frog out there, like, Samus isn't going to fire a charge shot at you. That could hit Samus herself. That's so cool. Alright, then final smash is the arrow. Giorno grabs the arrow and stabs himself with it. After half a second, time will stop, and now Giorno has Gold Experience Requiem. Giorno is now overpowered and immune to counters, as if he reverted the counter block to 0. Giorno, that's an interesting. I would love to see this kind of status more in Smash Brothers. Oh shit! Got rid of the. That's fine. But being able to just say no to counters, so like maybe have like one move in an arsenal that you're able to do that. Being able to like outright call out when a counter's going on. That would make them a lot more interesting by having some sort of counterplay with, just across the roster. He also gets a speed buff too a lot. So it's a transformation Final Smash. I miss those. Got an old Final Smash. I love it when people do this. Just show off ideas they scrapped. Just fun to see the evolution of ideas in that way. But it's the Jojo punch, because of course. Gold Experience Requiem gets new specials as well. Neutral special, it uses it to undo the last attack. Another different type of counter, just gets rid of counters. Well, not gets rid of counters, gets rid of attacks instead of throwing them back at you. Definitely would need to have some kind of cooldown on that. Well, I know, actually no, it's a Final Smash. Doesn't matter. You can get hit, but it just doesn't matter at all. That's hilarious. Side special is the Beam of Life. Shoots a scorpion as a beam of... Sure. Deals decent damage and acts as an insanely good projectile. Up special is Flight. Will start hovering with GER for taking off in one of many directions. Basically Foxes, but OP. And down special is Requiem's Infinity. Places something down and uses it as an anchor point. Interesting, so you just place something down and teleport back to it when you press the button again. Like Working's Puddle. Nice. And we got aesthetics, just various alternate colors here. Along with Mista as well. Very nice. Purple, white, teal, and black is white. Oh, that's fun! Making a manga character just black and white in the style of it, that's so cool. Kirby's hat is just the hair. Oh, that's a fun mental image. Heals himself in the same way. Boxing ring title is the Passionate Gangstar. Stage entrance comes out of Coco Jumbo before putting it into his pockets. Idle animation has gold experience pop out for to strike a pose. And kind of limps forward, briefly holding his hand. I'm assuming that's a reference to something. I could say that at any point in this. I don't know. I've never watched Jojo before. Up taunt, he says, I have a dream before posing. Mista will twirl his gun around and say some sort of insult. Side taunt does this pose to the side. And down taunt does the Dio pose from part 3. The one that everybody knows. And then ooh, that's interesting. So as a separate down taunt while near Mista that will actually heal your summon to keep it on the battlefield. Interesting. I like that. I don't think any other character has something like that. I can imagine if Rosalina could do that or something. That'd be great. First Victory says, well, nothing will get in the way of his dream. While Mista calls you dirt. Victory 2 does the torture... sure. As Giorno looks in front of the camera before turning around and saying Mista did good. And for 3, opens a window as Giorno's sitting down like at the end of part 5. It has separate team victory as well, as all these have fairly complex animations. Extra aesthetics like Diavolo and Aya. It'll do a zoom in just for the taunts. That's so funny. Can also steal some of the opponent's meter if they either have Final Smash meter or if they have a character. That's also hilarious. You just repeatedly taunt to steal Final Smash. Actually, that's kind of broken. That probably wouldn't be fair in those setups, but I don't think it needs to have that. Just have the zoom in. That'd be so annoying, but so hilarious. Experience Requiem will see you will never see the truth if you win while it's active. Giorno will say this is what you deserve after beating Diavolo. Got some alternate colors for gold experience and Sex Pistols as well. Just linger on this for a second so people can see them. Oh, hold on. I don't have this set up in a way that people can see. Can't really scroll with... Hold on a second. Whoop. Just kind of go back and forth. There we go. Need to consider that when I'm looking at these. This formatting does not work for everything. Alright. But it's fine. Closing statement. Part 5 of Jojo genuinely means a lot to me, and Jojo's Bizarre Adventure as a whole means a lot to me. So I'm hoping this pair of movesets for Giorno and Diavolo did them justice. I try my best to have them mirror each other, so I'm hoping that did come across for this moveset. Thank you for reading, and if Duke is reading this, thank you so much for helping me. I really do appreciate it. You are most welcome. I'm happy to help. This did come up with a secondary moveset for a character called Diavolo. I don't think I'm going to cover it on stream, but I will link it. Actually, hold on. Let me do that, because I forgot to share this one as well. I'll copy this to the chat, and I'm going to quickly grab the other one that was included with this. I'm not going to cover both, because that wouldn't be fair. But I will include both of them if people want to read the other one and see how it mirrors this. It does mirror it very well. I checked it out earlier. And here is the secondary one. Kind of acts as a foil to this one. I highly recommend them. There's a lot of passion and love put into them, and it's nice to see how they interact with each other. Yeah, I took until the end of the moveset, but I remembered eventually. Returning over to that. I do feel like I'm definitely missing a lot of context just from not knowing anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But I do think there are a lot of great ideas here. Like, where was that? The one frog move, especially. This is genius. This is such a fun way of introducing a way to deny area without actually throwing out an active hitbox. It would create so much fear in any given match. It's like having an active Bob-omb around at any given time. You have to respect it. And if you don't, you're going to get yourself killed. That's so good. I do also just love the general aesthetic of just JoJo fighting games in general. Having the main character not do that much fighting and instead summoning the stands to do it fighting for them. It's just a neat aesthetic that Smash really only has with Joker and Arsena, and even then it's not really the same thing. Also a fun way of balancing healing. Making it much better when there's in an item game where that wouldn't really matter in the first place. But balancing it out by having it require items to be reliable, which makes it work in a competitive setting. That's just a really neat idea. I like it. I like it a lot. Well done, Jojo. It was a grand old time. Now then. Moving on to our second channel member. From Ferality93, we have a slideshow first. So let me do this real quick. Full screen. Alright. Chess Evolved, an intro. Go ahead and watch this real quick. I've never heard of this game. I'm going to turn the music down low. From what I have briefly read about this, this is essentially chess, but you just have thousands of pieces. Alright, keep going. I want to see, like, actual... So just everything... It takes the basic setup of chess, but everything does just... weird shit. You customize huge armies of just various pieces. This trailer does not understand that this is able to... communicate things visually much quicker. Why did you stop? I didn't tell you to stop. Yeah, but you get the point. It's chess, but you can customize your units to an absurd degree. Instead of checkmating the king, one needs to get the other side to 0 morale. which can be done in any number of ways based on how the units interact with each other. Like, for example, the king is selected right here. It can move, it can attack, it can swap places. New ability for the king. It's been patched. Chess has been patched, finally. But on death, you lose a ton of morale. So you can survive without a king, but you will eventually die without one. Let me turn on the music again. Just gave me a playlist for a bunch of triangle strategy battle themes, which is great music. How does one do this? By building an army of new units. We've got a Frost Mage right here. It can move 2 spaces, but freezes people in like a T formation, making them unable to act. Like, good grief, this is complicated. But like, it, as soon as you like start looking into it, it makes a lot more sense than it does. Just don't let this mammoth of symbols scare you too much. You can also upgrade them by meeting certain requirements. So this is the upgraded bishop. Can move or attack, but it also goes slightly sideways to get onto new diagonals, which is neat. For example, you got the basic bit pawn. Can be promoted to a bishop, but can only move from... It's a pawn. You know what a pawn is. The knight +++. Can move, attack, or swap places with allies. The bomber pawn can teleport back to the start, but on melee death, it destroys the attacker. Good grief. And then we've got the Phoenix here that can move, attack in any direction, teleports 2 spaces away from itself. On death, transforms into a Phoenix egg that I assume it can come back to life because, you know, Phoenix. Now, click me. Okay, give me a second. I looked into this beforehand. This is actually a Reddit thread. So let me make sure I have this positioned in a way that it's all visible. I think this is good, right? Yes. Okay. Chess Evolved is a great game. Its various pieces make it very easy to express yourself and dominate your opponents. However, has not been patched for a while, so let's fix that. Part 1. New units. The Artist, a slow unit with a powerful X factor. So what we got here? We got a chess unit that can move 2 spaces vertically, 3 spaces horizontally, can attack diagonally, but if it pays 2 of a oh my gosh, this is gonna be... So I'm going to speak as if I know exactly what I'm talking about, even though these are mechanics I have no idea. So if you pay X +2, you can summon a random minion of X value with your summoning currency that is in Chess Evolved. We have the Auxiliary, powerful for its cost, but have fun trying to control it. It can attack or move diagonally 2 spaces, but can only move adjacent to itself in 1 space. However, it is controllable by any player if they have the most champions adjacent to it. So you can try to put this on the field for yourself, but if you lose control of it, you're just donating pieces to an enemy. We have the Cannon, of course. Whoa. A unit with amazing vertical range can move more in further upgrades. Can only move left or right, so no horizontal movement for this. So you could actually... That's interesting in a chess setting. You could actually legitimately block yourself with your own units because this thing can't move horizontally. But the obvious drawback being they can destroy units from afar without putting itself at risk. Ah, yes, the classic helicopter unit in chess. Can move 1 tile in any direction. Can teleport. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 6 horizontally and 1. Well, 6 in one direction and 1 or 3 and 3. Yes, as you know. And it can destroy anything in a two places away from it. Oh my... This is wrapping my brain around my skull. Got the chicken, of course. Classic unit. A defensive, yet chaotically moving piece. You can move 2 horizontally or vertically, or 1, 2... Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 2 diagonally and 1 in either direction. Okay. Chicken evolves into cockatrice, as we know they do. This can move 3 spaces, can still teleport as the chicken does, but can petrify people that are 2 or 3 spaces away from attack. Just imagine trying to keep track of all this. I would need a guide next to me at all times. But this is cool. I'm enjoying this. We got the elephants. Okay, we're back to ground zero. Okay, there we go. Can move or attack only diagonally. But if it's 2 spaces, it's unblockable. Because, you know, the elephant has had time to charge, of course. And if an elephant piece has had time to charge, a shield unit, I guess, cannot block it. It also has a passive shield ability, classic to elephants, as we all know in nature, where anything 2 spaces horizontally to it cannot be destroyed. The hunter units can summon bear traps in chess, as we all know, the bear trap effect, which can lock foes in place if they go through them. Also move only 2 spaces down. I'm actually unironically loving this so much. Like, especially having no idea about how chess evolved is. I'm just seeing this and like, oh yeah, of course, the Kitsune unit. It can possess enemy or ally units, creating a stronger unit at the price of 1. It can move only 1 space diagonally. It can't attack diagonally 1 space, but it can 2. No, sorry, again, Alright, no. It can only move 1 space diagonally. It can teleport 2. It can move or attack 2 diagonally and 1 vertically or horizontally. But it can also possess people that are 3 away 1 direction and 1 in the next direction. My goodness. And K-spells become E-spells, because of course E-spells become K-spells. Also, it does not block movement, I noticed that. The classic Leprechaun unit. Horde's morale makes the other team pay for it, as we're... Okay, no, actually, yeah, because, morale is the, currency that makes you win in this game. Okay. It can only move up, down, left, right, but it can teleport 2 spaces diagonally. And I guess passively... Okay. Every time it moves, it takes away 4 morale from its team. Interesting, okay. So you could have... I'm starting to formulate a strategy here. You could have like a line of cannons on the front row, and just have a few leprechauns moving back and forth behind them, while the cannons cover them as you try to just lower the morale, as I guess the leprechaun is dancing is just making them feel worse and worse over time. That's great. I've got the Lord, an upgraded Knight. Use the paths to snipe units from afar. Yes, of course, the path maneuver in chess. Got some classic Knight stuff here. It moves like a Knight, but it can also reposition 1 space horizontally or vertically. But with the classic path maneuver, you can extend its range tremendously. But it can only attack in that direction. The mouse unit, of course, can create mouse holes. So if you have that strategy you're dealing with, right, where there's a line of cannons and a bunch of leprechauns dancing behind it, you use your trusty mouse unit to burrow underneath the cannon line, get behind lines with the mouse hole, and send your units into the back. And of course, once the mouse is back there, you can promote into, yes, the R-O-U-S, the R-O-U-S? R-O-U-S, rodents of unusual size, they do exist. The ROUS creates much stronger holes, as they have become well-versed in architecture. They took 2 years. Ensuring that you have a way into the opponent's backline. It can also move and attack. Jesus, look at that! can attack 2 in any direction, while also being able to unblockably teleport like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces away from it. That's just awesome. I love the mental image of that. And then the Pegasus, units can fly on this weak yet mobile piece. So if you don't have any mouse or RUSs in your army, you can instead use the Pegasus to transport your rooks or your kings or your leprechauns or cannons or whatever into the enemy backlines and drop them in to begin combat. This is the most ridiculous. And this is just part 1 of 3. 1 second. Get the rest of these open real quick. That was just the new units. Now we have new takes on familiar units. The Cultist is the evil version of the Pawn, of course. If your Cultists lose their bishops for too long, they get coerced by dark materials. They have strength in each other and their Undead Legion. They can only move forward, but they can attack diagonally backwards. And once they are killed, they create the classic Skull Field on it, killing any unit on it in 3 turns or creating a skeleton otherwise. You can also promote these into the Zealots, of course. Now, Zealots, these darker versions of bishops, having lost their previous bishops that led them to the good, the cultist pawns will eventually ascend into their own version of the bishop. This Zealot can revive fallen allies as long as it keeps killing units. That's actually kind of amazing. Like, unironically, in a chess set, being able to kill units and revive. I really need to play this game. This sounds like so much fun. The Chupacabra. Offshoot of the Knight, of course. Can move or attack in 1 space in any direction, but can unblockably teleport, classically as a Knight. This creature is a morale farm. The more it kills, the more morale you gain, but if you lose it, you are going to lose extra morale, so be careful. Here in America, with the invalidation of cancelled battlements due to modern technology, we have instead decided to use the refrigerator as our means of primary defense. Refrigerators can gorge themselves on other enemy units, putting them inside, enemy or ally. The unit is destroyed if in the refrigerator for 3 turns. It's the refrigerator from Control. That's so funny. You can just gobble up somebody, run away, and eventually they're just gone. The Turtle is a more defensive version of the classic Basilisk unit, of course. Can only move or attack in the direction a pawn would attack, but it blocks all melee attacks directly above it. It's also on, like, skis or something? That's great. Leviathan is a promoted turtle, of course. A faster yet weaker take on the dragon unit that was added to the game in 1492. Can move or attack in any direction around it. Can move significantly further, but cannot attack in those directions. And can attack in the direction of a knight as well. I'm still following along. Can move further diagonally as it can horizontally as well. Due to the fact that the Leviathan always kind of hobbles as it goes, so it has to kind of course correct if it's trying to walk in a straight line. It's slightly drunk, you understand. The Amazon, the king returns. Just make sure his strength doesn't go to his... Good grief! Okay, look. It can move or attack like a knight. It can teleport like a super knight, sure. And it passively blocks 1 normal attack in the direction that a queen can move. But as a king piece, if it dies, you lose 20 morale. We got some new modes, offline matches. It seems odd that, yeah, these are things that, seriously, why isn't this in the base game? Traveling fun modes. Anti-chess gets 0 morale as quickly as possible. How fast can I lose? There's so few games that do something like this, but I wish it was a more common thing. That's so funny. Crazy, us being able to take the units you've captured in a classic with an evolved twist. Bughouse gave your partner that captured a vampire in a team game. It's the classic vampire unit. That was added in 403 BC. Very classic unit, but kind of fell off for a while there. Didn't really come back until the turn of the century. 4-player chess. Good. Oh my god. Imagine a 4-player chess with something like this. Chess ball just used to kick the ball to the other side. What is this game? The king can also just teleport casually. Sure, why not? And, oh, a Hearthstone-like draft. That actually sounds great, how this game seems to be shaping up. And then to wrap things up, let's get to the part 3 of this. Duck chess. Each side gets to move an invisible duck piece anywhere at the end of each turn. Sure. Total War gained a new row and plus 30 morale for new pieces. Speaking of... It's just a Total War mod. The games last forever. No more third row. Maximum... Oh yeah, because obviously the third row in chess of units. That's such a 17th century thing. We don't need that anymore. 5 days... What the... What is... Chess Evolved 100? And to open dimensional rifts to infiltrate other boards. My goodness. Okay, I gotta use the restroom real quick. When I get back, I want to see people in chat coming up with their best ideas for other units to just fit this absurd, wonderful, nonsense game that I want to play so badly now. Be right back. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We have this amazing refrigerator units. Like, capturing units, great synergy with that, but what if we could use those captured units as projectiles? I'd like to suggest a trebuchet unit that, when paired with a refrigerator, the refrigerator can grab units, take it back to the trebuchet, load the units into the trebuchet, and then fire those units as projectiles to anything in the back line. This would be a stationary unit on the back line, but have a range of anywhere in, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, from 12 to 14, right here. So a very dangerous unit, but you have to load other units into it to fire. Let's see, what else have we got? Tank can tank 3 attacks before being captured. Very nice. A drill that goes under the chessboard. Very good. I like this. Turning this a little more 3D. The power of friendship. Oh yeah, we had the cultist already. They all function with the power of friendship. You just have to join with the fun with them, of course. EC has just a siren piece that can lure other chess pieces towards them. That's very good. Lure people into the range of a cannon by singing at them. I like it. Turrets only move, only shoot. Builders block the view, maybe perhaps also building rooks. Got an artillery unit. Fire at a space. 3 full turns from when you fire anything on that square will be destroyed. Does it permanently destroy the square? Can we, like, make terrain problems in this chessboard? Jester can only move to positions that put it in danger of being captured, but can then move to any direction by 3 spaces. Shadow Piece can teleport to any corner of the board. I like it. We have the Stand Piece. Moves like a pawn, can summon a stand for 1 turn that moves and attacks like a knight and is invisible except when captured by other stands. We got some counterplay there from other stand units. We got another demolition board for the board. I like it, from Shanty. Removes tiles from access. Princesses can recruit enemy units. We have the Sponge, can move slowly, but it tanks enemy attacks easily and will absorb an opponent's chess piece. It's like a gelatinous cube. I had to move an attack like the absorbed piece. Cannot change back after absorption. Neat. This is so stupid. Lukaku, the spy that might actually work just because of all the chaos here, secretly switches places with someone and looks like them. Oh my gosh. This is so silly. Exodia the Forbidden One, divided into 5 pieces, assembled, you instantly win. Okay, so Ferality, I've never played this game. You have guaranteed that I will eventually play this game. This is the dumbest but most amazing thing I've ever heard. Oh, Chess Evolved. This is the kind of shit, like when I used to do April Fool's videos, this is the kind of thing I'd like throw it as a joke, but this exists and actually sounds amazing. Yeah, I got nothing else to say. This just sounds great. People are still throwing out great ideas. A bomb that moves 2 spaces in cardinal directions but explodes in a 2x2 square around itself. A slime piece that splits into 2 if you capture it. Oh my god. Talk about Gaiden. Next month, Gaiden is going to be a little different, just because we haven't played much games this month. I think we floated the idea, but we haven't actually, like, nailed it down. But anyway, I'm definitely playing this at some point, though. There's no way I'm not. This just sounds too fun. But yeah, thank you for making everybody's day better Ferality. That was utterly fantastic. Now, next up is a little different. We actually have a video this time. Oh, goddamn, I forgot to share the damn copy link. If anybody wants to see Chess Evolved, here's the list for that. Okay. But next up, we have... Dismiss that. Full screen. Okay, I don't know how the audio mixing on this is going to work, so bear with me for a bit as I experiment.
Ionius is a land locked in an...
Alright, gonna full screen on this. This is a video from Jamester about Noah and Mio from Xenoblade 3 in Smash Brothers. Alright, so I'm going to let this play for about 10 seconds. Let me know how the audio balancing is and I'll adjust accordingly.
Ionius is a land locked in an endless war between two superpowers, Kevis and Agnes, fighting to survive by stealing the very life essence of their enemies.
Alright, how are we sounding? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? How does my voice sound in comparison to it as well? Sorry for the just technical stuff for right now, but we gotta make sure this fits properly. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? Let's get the auto-generated subtitles up. There we go. Okay. You guys can see that, no problem? There we go. Okay, yeah, this works fine. Alright, let's go.
Ionius is a land locked in an endless war between two superpowers, Kevis and Agnes, fighting to survive by stealing the very life essence of their enemies. Essentially the world's deadliest tug-of-war. One fateful mission would see 3 soldiers from both a Kevesi and Agnian colony on an investigation. This investigation would introduce them to each other.
I'm gonna pause and lower the sound a little more. I mean, raise the sound a little bit more. A little bit of feedback I can give right now. Voice is a bit quiet compared to the background music. Don't worry, this is an issue that literally everybody has when starting to make videos. I can't really give an exact piece of advice on how to fix that, because everybody's voice is different, everybody's recording setup is different, but what I generally do is I will balance out my audio at around -3 decibels, and my background music somewhere around -25, and I find that generally works best, but even then I'm not an expert either.
And new third parties, where they begin to learn a little more about the war they've been fighting. This is where they are forced to interlink an adventure forth to end the endless now that plagues their stagnant world. Both parties are led by officers, soldiers with the added task of putting fallen soldiers to rest. Their names are Noah and Mio.
Sorry. YouTube auto-generated. That's Noah and Mio, not Miller and him.
I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that Xenoblade 3 will be featured in the next Smash. It's less of an if and more of a when, especially after the positive reception to not only Shulk and Pyra, but Xenoblade 3 itself. But I find the biggest problem is who and how. Noah is naturally the protagonist, but he's just another guy with a big red sword. Others suggest that he should work as a tag team with Mio, as her ring blades bring some needed weapon diversity, but a tag team character is basically what we got with Pyra and Mithra. I have an idea.
I'm going to pause again real quick just to compliment that's another issue that people have a lot when they start making video essays, is that they talk really too fast, as if they're trying to just read through their script without actually enunciating what they're trying to say. But you've got a good narration voice here. You're actually taking the time to say what you want to say to make sure that it's easily understandable. Like, the audio being off still makes it a little hard to hear, but once you get that fixed, you got a pretty good narration voice. Well done.
One that rectifies a problem I had with the previous Xenoblade newcomers. I wanted Xenoblade 2 to have a battle couple. Yes, I know that was a technical limitation. Shut up. How will we do that here? Let's see. Also, all the footage is post-game, so potential spoilers for the whole Xenoblade trilogy.
Okay, I will pause this for a moment here. For anybody that wants to avoid, like, is super sensitive to spoilers, just to give yourselves a chance to... I love that you're using the Carnotaur as the pause image, because why not? Alright, but potential spoilers.
But
We'll
something
continue.
tells me that most of you already know what they are. So, how would Noah and Mio fight? Xenoblade 1's hook was the Monado. It allowed players to see the future and use the sword's power to manipulate ether to change that future. This was adapted in Smash with Monado Arts, which allowed Shulk to alter his stats to whatever the situation required. Also had a counterattack. Xenoblade 2's hook is the blade system, allowing players to customize, assign, and swap blades of different abilities, allowing drivers to swap between blades to play multiple roles in combat. This is in Smash, with Pyra and Mithra being able to switch to each other freely, each having their own roles based off their different strengths and weaknesses. 3's hook is the interlink system. To put it simply, it allows Kavesi soldiers and their acting partners to work alongside each other in various ways.
That is Kavesi soldiers and Agni's partners to work alongside each other. I'll try to correct the subtitles.
These can include learning classes and arts and combining them with their current class, but more specifically, it allows a designated pair to unleash Ouroboros, the full power of
Ouroboros, not Ouroboros.
Also, Xenoblade 3 is the first game in the series to allow players to change their player-controlled characters mid-battle. So who exactly are our designated pair? Noah's primary role in Xenoblade 3 is a sword fighter. Sword fighters are well-balanced attackers dealing high damage without sacrificing much in mobility. Noah was never one for fighting, and as a result learned to end them as quickly as possible. Mio's starting role is a Zephyr. Evasive defender is useful in drawing out enemy aggro while dishing out counter
Is a Zephyr, not is his efforts.
damage from a safe distance. Mio's role is to use her superior agility to serve as a distraction for both protection and so that the attackers and healers can do their jobs. In Smash, Noah and Mio exist as something of a fusion between a duo fighter and a tag team. After selecting your character, you can select who your starting point character is. For our example,
Okay, that's amazing. Actually, like, making Mies to act as stand-ins for your movesets, that just kind of blew my mind. I've never thought to try to do that, but it's so obvious in retrospect. That's awesome.
let's say it's Mio. Both characters will appear on the stage. Mio will be in the foreground while Noah is slightly behind Mio in the background. The point character is under direct player control, can be struck, and will be targeted by the FGCs in 1v1s. Or would they be 2v1s? The rear character will follow the point character, and will perform auto attacks that deal damage but no knockback or stun at any foe within their range. They can be ordered to stay and follow the point character using Shield B. By using down special, the player will lose control of the point character and start controlling the rear character. They've swapped roles. By lightly pressing a special input, the point character will do their special. By pressing and holding a special input, the rear character will do their special, while you still have control of the point character. Now, to get a stock against Noah and Mio, both of them must be KO'd.
Interesting. So, it kind of takes the setup of the fighting game characters where having the lightly tapping the button or holding it has different effects, but taking that to allow both of your characters to use their moves whenever you want them to. It's a great way of differentiating them from, like, the Ice Climbers, or... Actually, it's really just the Ice Climbers that I can compare it to. But it's a good way of
If one of them is
differentiating.
still standing, that survivor will keep fighting. Now, seeing as I'm effectively asking you to KO 2 characters for the price of 1 stock, let's make them the lightest characters in the game by a fair margin. Even Pichu is a whole weight class above them. It's also worth pointing out that damage is shared between the two, so if Noah is KO'd with 70%, Mio is forced into the foreground with 70%. Time battles operate the same way. Now, stamina is a mode I can see having 2 options. One is that they share the health and both fall at 0%, or they both share about half of whatever the max stamina was. But as long as both Noah and Mio are active and aren't in a damaged state, they can activate Ouroboros. As Ouroboros, the two fuse into a singular body for a short time. While they won't receive damage, they can be stunned, which wastes time on their timer. They can activate Ouroboros only once per stock, and the timer of the Ouroboros lasts longer the more damaged they are.
Neat. Okay.
For their intro, Noah and Mio descend from a fuse form and into their starting positions. For their stance, Noah and Mio simply stand upright. No weapons drawn, as they can be drawn at will when needed. Their overall movements, such as their walk, jumps, and run, can be adapted from Xenoblade 3. Neutral attack consists of 2 punches followed by an attack with their blades, a simple slash for Noah, and a flurry of strikes for Mio. Forward tilt has Noah performing a spinning sword strike, while Mio spins and attacks with 2 swings. Up tilt has Noah performing an arcing slash over his head, while a modified take on Air Fang is used for Mio's. Down tilts has Noah perform a simple horizontal slash and a double sweep for Mio. Dash attacks has Noah perform a stinger while Mio performs wide slash, which allows her to avoid low attacks before striking. Forward smash has Noah perform overclock buster, while Mio uses Jaguar slash, from Xenoblade 2. I think the animation works a little better, it's thematic, and leads into a gimmick I'd like Mio to have. Hitboxes on all chargeable smash attacks similar to Ness and Corrin. Up smash has Noah use uppercut slash, another arcing overhit strike. Mio uses glow ring where she positions her first ring over her head, then she throws the second around it. Down smash has Noah adapt ground beat as a shockwave on both sides. Mio uses Gemini Strike to throw her ring blades in 2 directions. Neutral air has Noah swing.
Now, obviously, this is clear from just how this is edited, but this has some of the best accompanying visual examples for moves that I've seen in, like, any movesets video, like, ever. Like, this is better than mine. This is better than Delzathin's. Like, it's not better than Max Ham's, but that's because Max Ham cheats and just draws everything himself. Like, it's not just the, like, oh yeah, it's showing the move. It's even at an angle where it makes you understand, like, okay, this is exactly how this would work in Smash Brothers. Which, like, that's just cool. Well done.
Sword in a clockwise direction. Mio does a spin attack similar to Peach from Marth. Forward air has Noah perform an arcing slash similar to Shulk, while Mio does a double horizontal slash similar to Pit and Brawl. Back air has Noah use aerial slash, while Mio uses an arcing slash not too different from Marth or Joker. Up air has Noah use a strong arcing slash, while Mio does a corkscrew kick like Samus. Down air for Noah is a stall and fall sword dive, while Mio throws her rings down. I don't have much to add on their grabs, but they have decent range since they're not holding anything by default. Pummels would see them punch forwards, kind of like... I got that. Forward throw would have them do a flying kick. Back would have them move an enemy behind them before slugging them. Up would have them do an uppercut. Down would have them use both hands to slam the opponent down. As a reminder, down special is to swap control between Noah and Mio. You can also shield and B to command the rear character to stay put or follow normally. And if you press and hold down B, Noah and Mio will merge into an Ouroboros. Their time in this state is determined by their current percentage. The higher the percentage, the longer the form lasts. While in this state, they can swap to the other's form while getting hit will speed up the overheating process, which causes them to break their fusion. As in Ouroboros, Noah and Mio have the same moveset, but while they're in this enhanced state, they deal more damage, and they don't take damage. This is to say they can't be hit, nor does it mean they can't be phased. As a note, Ouroboros is also the basis of 2 of both Noah and Mio specials, which is why I wanted to start with this. Noah's side special is Unison Strike. Noah uses a reverse grip of his sword, takes a step forward with a spinning slash. It deals extra damage if he lands the attack on an opponent's back. It deals overall less damage and knockback compared to Shulk's backslash. Mio's side special is Dual Fang. Mio throws both of her rings forward, the 2 revolve around each other creating a large buzzsaw. The buzzsaw works not only to lock opponents down, but it can also block certain projectiles. It doesn't travel particularly far. Noah's up special is Rolling Smash. Noah leaps into the air and performs a falling slash. This falling slash can spike. Mio's up special is Jaguar Slash, the Xenoblade 3 version. Mio does a flip kick and then pounces and slashes through any direction for a short distance. I'd like to remind everyone that if you lightly press a special input, the point character will perform that special. But if you press and hold the input, the rear character will assist the point character by using their special. This doesn't apply for the neutral special. You're about to see why.
That creates fascinating situations where, like, if you have Mio positioned correctly, she could, like, use her up special to, like, bring somebody up and take them to where Noah is, who he could then follow up with his up special to, like, spike them off the stage. There's a lot of really cool ways, based on how you can kind of control both characters. It's an easier way to desync Ice Climbers, but requiring significantly more... Well, maybe not significantly more skill, because desyncing is ridiculously hard. But it's like, it's designed to be desynced, so it's more reliable, you know?
Noah's is Infinity Blade. Noah uses Ido to draw Lucky 7 from his Veiled Sword for a powerful slash. Noah can hold the B button down to further power the strike. At maximum power, it becomes Tachyon Slash, a judgment cut that deals an extreme amount of damage, knockback, and pressure through multiple slashes. Mio's is Dominion Flower. Mio sends her ring blades to revolve around her. It can be charged, and when released, it travels even farther. The move comes out relatively quickly and is great for crowd control. Both are talent arts that are exclusive to Noah and Mio respectively. Kirby can get individual hats for both, meaning that one gives him a ponytail and the other cat ears. Do with that information what you will. I hope you're starting to see some of the greater potential these two have, using Mio to move in and out to annoy your opponents and then have Noah sneak a back attack for major damage, or using Noah to initiate a block string, use Mio's side special to lock them in, then use Infinity Blade for an unblockable. Or, in a group fight, use one to control one side of the stage while the other manages the other side. So before we wrap things up, let me cover everything that didn't really have a place. Noah's idol has him flexing and stretching his arms and fingers. Mio's ideal has her perking her ears and looking around. Noah's first taunt has him fixing his hair while Mio writes in her journal. The second taunt sees them summoning their blades for a flourish before uttering a battle cry. And as is tradition of Xenoblade characters, their last taunt is reserved as a reference to the memes. Maybe Mio goes,
Hear that, Noah?
while Noah asks Mio if she would like some.
Water!
Alts can go one of two ways: full-on costume swaps of different classes and their military uniforms, so long as their costumes don't alter the model too badly, so sadly no Monica costume. Otherwise, simple recolor should suffice. I have something special in mind for their victories. The first has Noah play the Kavesi Offseer tune. The second has Mio play the Agnian Offseer tune. The final one has them playing together. Noah, Mio, or
That's
both
adorable.
will play their flute to send off their defeated opponents as motes rise around them. As a result, they are the first characters to have multiple victory themes. For their final smash, both Noah and Mio use chain orders. Both initiate the attack, which leads to a brief cutscene where they fuse and unleash a powerful combination attack. If possible, I'd like them to avoid using just a cutscene. Ultimate got a little too abundant with those, and some of the novelty is starting to get lost. But Kazuya and Aegis struck a nice balance. Noah's Limits Unbound has less range but greater damage potential, while Mio's Death of 1000 Cuts has greater range but less damage potential. I almost considered giving them 2 more final smashes in the event that one of them was KO'd, but I figured 2 was good enough. That is how Noah and Mio could fight together in Smash. A duo of opposing backgrounds and skill sets who complete each other or die together. I'm sure these two will be considered for the next Smash game. Let's just hope that the hardware is strong enough to support them next time. But wait, there's still more.
It's so dramatic. I love it.
Okay, so picture this. You're on a fairly big environment. The Mekana sword and the dead Oriya are in the background. Every so often, a colony from both Kevis and Agnes will roll up on either side of the map. They send out their soldiers to engage in skirmishes with each other, which you can choose to ignore. After a while, they will leave to fight another day. However, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you choose to help a colony, the soldiers of the surviving battle will spend their remaining time fighting alongside you. If you hit the blast zone near one of these active colonies...
Like, I have no faith in the Switch's hardware to be able to handle that, but actually taking part in an ongoing battle, and based on how you assist them, determines how, like, the battle unfolds as alliances change on a whim, that'd be so cool! Oops.
Your stock will help fill that colony's flame clock, as will the defeated soldiers of skirmishes. And because of that, the soldiers of these colonies are given strength throughout the fight, and with that newfound strength comes stronger soldiers and even Pharaonesses. Maybe even certain heroes of either nation will appear if the flame clock is filled enough. Of course, none of this matters if hazards are turned off. I'd like to remind everyone that the title isn't just Noah or Mio for Smash, but it is in fact Super Smash Bros. X Xenoblade 3. There is more to representing a series than just a fighter. So I included a stage concept, something a lot of people don't think enough about. I also included a playlist in the description, with a potential track list. And that should do it. Some of the potential content that could be seen from Xenoblade 3. Oh, by the way, I'm James, and this is Virtual Dojo, a series that I use to theorycraft fighting game characters. A little weird to do introductions now, I'm sure, but whatever. I used to make my concepts on Twitter, but I figured it was
Unironically, doing it afterwards allows for a much better flow of a video.
Time to make a move to YouTube. If it's not obvious, there were more than a few growing pains here and there, and I originally wanted to get this out there on February, but things happen. Anyway, my old concepts are still available on Twitter, which you can check out if you care to do so. I do plan on revisiting some of these concepts for YouTube. Everything is worked on casually, so don't expect any real frequency, but subscribe if you feel like it. But I would like comments. Please elaborate why this concept does not work, or if I overlooked anything. Till then, take care. Do I dare ruin another fucking butt shot?
Okay. I love being able to just let somebody else talk. Here, I made the video to somewhere where this looks half decent. Paused. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, first off, love the actual concept here. Between the phenomenal visual accompaniments and the excellent explanations, I can easily see this working in Smash Ultimate. Like, this seems like... Oftentimes you get a lot of movesets that you love the concept of, but there's something like either super crazy about them or an overly ambitious mechanic that just probably wouldn't work. Like my Dark Matter one falls into that category easily. This is easily something I could see Sakurai making to go along with the next Smash Brothers to include Xenoblade 3 inside of it. And I think it works really well. I think it's a great take on a different kind of tag team fighter to go along with the Rosalinas and the Ice Climbers that are already here. Critiques, I mean, you probably know this, but the audio is... It's not only too quiet, there's a weird disparity of... I can tell that you're using... This is... Oh my gosh, I'm failing at English myself here. I can tell that this has been multiple recordings, which when you're trying to make at least when you're starting off, I would actually recommend trying to get all of the recording done in a single section. Because if you don't, then just the audio levels are going to be all over the place and it becomes much harder to properly balance them. That becomes less of a problem once you actually figure out how to mess with audio properly, but early days, I might just... It doesn't have to be a full... get through the whole script start to finish, but keep the recording going from start to finish. So you always know, where you are in comparison to your microphone, how much distance you have between you and the microphone. Helps keep up a consistent volume, which makes it easier to edit up or down or wherever you need to do so. Anything else I can throw out? Again, visual effects are essentially perfect. I cannot believe I've never thought of the idea of using Mii's as stand-ins. That's so good! I'm trying to look for... remember any specific... I love how you've integrated Ouroboros. Okay, Lukac, I didn't post it this time because I wanted people to stay here. I was going to post it afterwards. This one was actually intentional, I promise. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I do genuinely... let's actually get some music in the background too while we're at it. There we go. Love the Iris Network theme. The way that Ouroboros' function is a great way of having both of the transformations in the game without overcomplicating how they would work. Because I could easily see someone balking about the idea of Ouroboros, being like, oh, that's like 3 or 4 movesets in one character, that's way too much. But the way this functions, like, no, this is totally doable. For the disproportionate amount of work that Xenoblade characters get, absolutely this is doable. And I do think you have it... I do think you have a good narrative flow. It's something that, if you don't have it, it's really hard to practice for. I stuttered and slurred my words so much when I was starting YouTube, to a point that I literally had to, like, cut sentences apart and fuse them together to just get a half-decent, like, narration going. Oh, whoa, shoot, yeah, that music's way too loud. Sorry, I had it turned up for his audio, but... sorry about that. Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, the trainer's 3-in-1, but the trainer is the Pokemon trainer of the biggest media franchise on the planet. That kind of work makes sense. You get Pyramithra's 2-for-1 for a game that sold what? Nah, I don't know. I'm still salty about that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to say here. I will link the video now. I would highly recommend that people... At bar minimum, you are required to go in, leave a like and a comment of some kind, because that's really important for YouTube engagement. Oh yeah, I understand, Jamester. What I will do is that I will kind of keep up an active recording session. And, like, record lines a few times. Just like if I was reading what you just said, I would say, if I flubbed a line, I re-recorded the whole thing. That's why I chose to record in sentences. And then say that, like, 3 more times and just kind of later pick whichever one sounds the best. It does take a little more time to actually record this stuff, but it does make the finished project a little easier to edit. Oh yeah, leave a like, leave a comment, and subscribe to Jamester. After that concept, I cannot wait to see what you make next. Well done, Jamester. Well done indeed. And now I feel nice and refreshed because I didn't have to talk for like 20 minutes. That's great. Okay. Next up. This has been a long time coming. This person has submitted this almost every single time. You saw it in the thumbnail. It's just as ridiculous, if not more ridiculous, than you think. Let's talk about Tinky Winky. If you're seeing that and thinking, wait, what? It gets much worse. Just hold on for a second. Hello everyone, it's your boy LavaSlug back again with another moveset. Last time I was featured on the Peasant's Perspective, which was 6, 7, 8, 9... I give everybody their time. Have patience, people. Everybody deserves to have their voices heard. It was with my moveset for the devil from Cuphead, which seemed to go over pretty well. It did. It was a great moveset. So thanks for that, everyone. During this segment, though, a rather hilarious mishap occurred. While going over my explanation for the mechanics of Devil's gimmicks, I offhandedly mentioned that his stance-like mechanics worked very different from those I had done in the past, listing 2 characters in particular as examples, as seen in this clip below. Is this just a clip of... It's just a clip of my stream. Now, at the time of writing that concept, it wasn't a big deal to mention these past concepts, as the moveset Meltdown competition, which was the catalyst of me making that concept to begin with. So most folks on the Swamp Discord at the time had already seen it and were familiar with those movesets. But when this reference was made to an audience that didn't have the prior context what the members of Swamp did, it resulted in a rather flabbergasted reaction for everyone watching. And since I was busy while the stream was live, I was unable to provide this context to everyone watching, ultimately leaving everyone confused as to what in tarnation I was even talking about. Well, be confused no longer, for today I am here to present the character that I indirectly teased all those months ago. While at first this may just seem like an absolute shitpost character, I promise you this is anything but. I have put the same amount of time, effort, and research into this as I have— oh god, the music's gonna be equally ridiculous— have for my other movesets, regardless of how unorthodox it may appear on the surface. So with all that said, let the terror engine start running in a new cuddly way within Smash with... oh boy. Okay. Snake Garden, you picked a weird time to come back. Tinky Winky / Slendy Winky. If you have no idea what's going on here, welcome to the club. Tinky Winky from the Teletubbies series. Oh yeah, I'm deadass about this. You may be asking yourself, what in the actual fuck is this? But just hear me out. I swear I have some cool stuff here. But before we get into all that, let's begin with some background, shall we? Tinky Winky is, as you can imagine, a Teletubby, one of the main four Teletubbies that reside in the far-off hills of Teletubby Land. Here, Tinky Winky lived in peace, eating tubby custard and watching his stomach TV with his friends Dipsy, Lala, and Po, as well as their vacuum assistant, Nunu. This is where the official show ends, but as you may have noticed by the pale abomination standing next to him, I have chosen to take some, shall we say, creative liberties. As for the purposes of this moveset, I have chosen not to just represent the Teletubbies show as it was originally created, but the cultural impact it has had on memes and the internet as a whole. I have decided to represent this by implementing one of the most well-known and long-running Teletubbies parodies, that being the Slendy Tubbies horror game and its take on Tinky Winky, which for the purposes of this concept, I'm going to be referring to as Slendy Winky. Okay. In the world of Slendy Tubbies, things take a large turn for the worst. In this time, Nunu enacted a scheme to infect the Tubby custards with a virus that causes those who eat it to transform into powerful beasts, making them better in his eyes. Tinky Winky was the first victim of this infection, as only a few hours after consuming the infected custard, Tinky Winky would be transformed into the monster you see now, forced to murder his own friends against his own will and become nothing more than a mindless puppet. And it would be those two forms, the happy-go-lucky Tinky Winky and the sadistically bloodthirsty Slendy Winky, that would allow this enigma of a combatant to stack up in the world of Super Smash Bros. How is this more unnerving? Because this is directly going into my, 3-year-old childhood and dropping a bomb in it. Tinky Winky would be, as you can probably imagine based on how I'm describing him up until this point, a stance character first and foremost. As a result, Tinky Winky's stances will both have their own set of attributes and completely different lineup of attacks. To be more specific, Tinky Winky himself would be an all-rounder with devastating combo potential, while unorthodox in their function, able to surprisingly effective with practice. Calling back to how Teletubbies was originally meant to be an educational TV show. Meanwhile, Slendy Winky would be a mid-range zoner, proficient in keeping his opponents at bay with disjoints and projectiles before circling in for the kill. Calling back to how enemies in Slendytubbies 3... There's multiple?! Good grief! Slendy Winky included. Usually prefer to pester you with projectiles at a distance, stalking you until the moment is right and you go in for the final blow. What is consistent between the two forms is their surprisingly high weight, since Teletubbies are heavy as hell, with Tinky Winky standing at a whopping 10 feet. They're 10 feet tall? Okay. So they have rather high survivability in spite of their average recoveries. Overall, both versions of this purple tubby have their own strengths and weaknesses that must be mastered in order to truly play this character to his full potential. What is this? As mentioned, both of those forms will mostly have their own unique set of attributes, with the first set being Tinky Winky and the second being Slendy. So keep that in mind for this next part. Alright. Both pretty heavy. Slendy is a bit slower. Identical jump heights. Slightly slower airspeed. So Tinky Winky's the faster. Slendy is slower and floatier to make up for... I guess obviously it's a zoner kind of character. Slendy can crawl, the regular can jump, of course. As mentioned, Tinky Winky... I can't stare at his face and take this seriously. Tinky Winky falls under the archetype of a stance character. Both stances have unique playstyles. These are known as Tinky and Slendy. These names for these stances may sound confusing, so let me explain. Tinky is the default. As you can imagine, it's based on the original Teletubbies TV show. As a result, same personality as the show, which comes down to him being an 11-foot tall baby. As for the playstyle, a simple all-rounder with a lot of depth. Depth is due in part to his specials all serving multiple purposes, allowing for depth other characters could only dream of. This is partially caused by Tinky's other defining aspect, an insane combo game. Tinky gets this combo game from the quick speed of his normals, which can be strung with each other effortlessly. And although the speed does come at the cost of range and power, I'm going to remember to share this document for once. Let's do that now. Boop. Mild disclaimer, most of the rooms aren't directly from the show, are instead going to be built based on Tinky Winky's appearance in Mugen? What is going on here? My goodness, which is a 2D fighter where anyone and everyone can make their own characters, including, obviously, Tinky Winky, which has his own unique and high-quality character made by Rai Porotos, downloadable at the link on the document. While some may object to using an unofficial source as reference for this character, I am still choosing to go this route because even if I had made the decision not to use the Mugen as inspiration, I still would have more than likely made similar attacks to what the Mugen character has anyway. So it was really a choice of going either unorthodox point of reference or just innovating new attacks. Besides, it's Tinky goddamn Winky. I doubt anyone would really mind borrowing a couple punches and kicks. This baby's doing strings. No, I know Mugen, I'm just... This is not the crossover I was expecting, like, several times over at this point. Speaking of technically unofficial sources, Tinky's second stance is named Slendy Winky. As you can probably imagine, this form is based off of Tinky Winky's appearance in the Slendytubbies series. Slendytubbies is a series of horror games made by Rework, which are inspired by the original show, but with a dark twist. I already briefly explained the lore earlier, so I won't go into it again here, but the important part to note is this version of Tinky Winky is a bloodthirsty monster. Although to add to this creepy factor in Smash, you would still retain a part of the normal Tinky Winky's jovial attitude, expressing in a much more twisted way. A huge part of this of making this aesthetic choice work is in giving him a fully animated face, as unlike the other... Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, we're doing this. As like in the original Teletubbies series, where this variant's unslightly face, which changed by more of a simple texture. I'm losing English now, not because I'm tired of speaking, just because my brain is ceasing to function. Speaking of the name, using this to differentiate him from the standard Tinky Winky. Also, Slendy would be more of a mid-range zoner, but we'll go more into detail when we get to the actual movesets. Overall, the idea behind the transformation mechanic is inspired by the very strange and uneasy nature of the original show as well. The common perception of Teletubbies as a disturbing show underneath the veneer of childhood fun. In this case, expressed through a far more literal sense and due to some unconventional sources of inspiration. Grounded attacks. My goodness. Alright. I'm gonna kinda breeze through this. We got just a 3-hit jab, low kick, right foot, punch. You'd see it right there. And then we've got Cave Dweller, which is a 2-hit combo based off of this. I assume this is Slendytubbies in action. Obviously referenced the famous Cave Tubby, of course, from Slendytubbies 3. Kind of similar to Samus's jab here, whereas this is more of just a standard jab combo. Dash attack is just... I can't handle the juxtaposition here! My god! You guys can't... Hold on, I'm gonna bring over the music for just a second, just so you understand what's staring at me this entire time. This is the art of the music right now, so I assume this is going to get so much worse. So yeah, it's just a slide for the dash attack, and it's paranormal hover. It's just that meme of the guy hovering behind them. The purple aura as his eyes light up red before charging forward, his feet off the ground, the rest of his body placed in the same position as in the render below. That is straight just T-pose dominance, glowing aura charging forward. That's so good. Oh my gosh. Side tilt is the handbag swing, as seen right there. Very quick move. So it's his classic accessory in the game. Although the color changes based on the player, of course. Gotta have that. What is going on? It's just... There's a single horizontal overhand punch with just... I'm sorry for how poorly I'm narrating this. My brain is not working with this at all. You can see it right there. LavaSlug is great with visual references. I'm going to let the visual references do most of the talking, because I'm not going to be very functional throughout most of this. Up tilts, happy... Oh, good god. So it's just a happy uppercut. He's so smiling. He's just happy to be here. Like he's fighting, but this is more playtime for him. Then he's just... the spawn of Satan. Ready to chop you up and feed you to the next meal of the ancient gods. Ugh. Alright, how does this work? Up no, same arc, but like it's a freaking meat cleaver now. Sure. Down tilts, the trumpets. I remember that. That was adorable. Is this a first person? Oh my god. Oh wait, no, Slender. It's Slenderman. It's, of course, it's obviously. Yeah, this is just like a nice Isabel. Just like, oh, here's the stop sign. It's so cute. It's so funny. but here, it's now just... Oh my gosh. Hold on. I need to collect myself and get some water. Alright. So, this one, good disjoint, very nice. This one, though, unlike his more lively counterpart, who simply lets the voice trumpet return to the ground after its attack is done, Slendy will actually pull the voice trumpet clean off the ground and throw it behind him, revealing wires and smoke underneath. This means that this is now a 2-hit move, with the second hit being the action of pulling the voice trumpet behind the Tinky Winky, which actually gives us attack backwards knockback, which is very unorthodox for this kind of move. That's actually really cool, but I find the mental image horrifying. That is just... I want you to picture a 2-year-old toddler Duke just so excited to see this funny little trumpet come out of the ground, and then some berserk unholy abomination of a character ripping it from the ground and tossing it behind him. Good God. Alright, smash attacks! Forward smash is the taking advantage of props. Summons the scary line, which is charges forward. The original version of the skit was actually banned internationally for being too scary for the target demographic. Smash would come out of nowhere as Tinky Winky jumps back in shock while the move charges. Once it was let go, the line charges forward on its blue skateboard, dealing big... Yeah, I haven't seen the show in a while. This is... Okay. That's a corpse of the nether one if it... Ah! This does count as a projectile. It can also go off of ledges, which will spike anyone hit below it. That's insane and terrifying. Even the regular Tinky Winky is terrifying through gameplay, but that's it. Then we just got the corpse of Lala here. The smash attacks will automatically be based on the corpses of the other Teletubbies after you unwillingly murdered them, because as seen throughout the Teletubby saga. For this attack in specific, I'll pull out Lala's corpse, leaning it upright when the smash attack is go. God, it just punches the corpse on its back, making it fall on its face, damaging any opponent's caught in the crossfire. Mechanically similar to Briggle Bash, with the only difference being the Tinky Winky's version will be slightly slower and have more range. A reference to how a blinded Lava would appear to stand up before the Guardian got near to her on the beach. Up smash. Oh, it's. Why is Dipsy's head off of its body? Yeah. Up smash is just a brown bear, mischievous little animal the lion was trying to hunt down. It's just going to suddenly appear behind before falling down. It's just a reference. It's just a wooden thing. It falls down. Oh my God. Okay, look at this picture here. Now look at what the music's showing right now. Why does he have a chainsaw? Good vertical range. Horizontal range is terrible. Bites, cause sure. Yeah, you utilize Dipsy's corpse, because of course, decapitated in blood. He had Tinky Winky will hold his head close to his belly with both hands once the attack is unleashed. Slendy would poke Dipsy's head directly above him. Due to the fact that Dipsy's antenna is shaped like a dipstick, hence the name, this has a sweet spot on top of the dipstick as you're stabbing him with the actual head. Fully charged Tipper is actually the strongest smash attack, because it's got limited range, so it's good. 'Cause corpses! Alright, where's Poe's corpse? Why? Why are you hung? Sayori, why? Oh, Doki Teletubbies, fucking God. Ugh. Custom machine. It's cute. Look how happy they are. Pull the custom machine out of nowhere, holding in his arms until the button is let go. Once it is let go, there's a full jump and sends the custom machine crashing down to the ground, exploding once it touches the ground. Mechanically, it's similar to K-Roll's down smash. Oh no, he dropped the machine, it's broken, all the custard is everywhere, it's so sad. Now Poe is hanging from a tree! After a long chase through Teletubby Land, for a core attack itself, will pull out the corpse still stuck on the rope, and when it is let's go, you'll swing it in front of himself and behind. It's not hung from anything, you're using it as a flail! Oh no! This attack is very similar to Violet's down smash! It's good, shield damage. For long range, faster startup time. It's a good attack as you swing a baby on a rope around. Moving on! Ariel, it's just its spin, it's so cute. It's like Diddy Kong's and Kirby's, it's so cute. Why is he Zeus? Builds up energy. It's freaking not Cell. No, yeah, Cell's special move in Dragon Ball Z because he's an eldritch god of horror. Multi-hit attack. It's like Sephiroth's, but like Sparky. I don't fucking know. Barter has another strike with the handbag. It's cute. He's just got a purse. It's nice. It's fun. It's lovely. For Slendy's directional aerials, he will utilize the favorite playthings of the other Teletubbies and play with them to attack. Since while in his world he did kill them, he still has access to their items, albeit with some visible wear and tear. Just takes out Poe's scooter and does a trick with it, which combos into ramming it with Poe's corpse. Back air is just a little kick. It's just cute. It's like a way fit trainer's forward attack. It's got a weak meteor smash on it. That's neat. This one is just his forward air. Wait, no. Forward tilt. But behind... No, sorry, that's neutral air. Looks like these may have been different aerials at one point. That's strange at first because the rationale of Tinky Winky is twisted versus Tinky Winky makes sense for when... Oh, okay, no, I'm following now. It's just this one, but this one. Because this is a stance character, and you go from horror to adorable to horror to adorable. Up here, he just lights up his antenna. It's a headbutt, similar to Bowser's up there. This one is just withered version of Dipsy's hat, raising his instructor as he winks at the camera with his eye lighting up red. This is fine. This is fine. And down smash is a flutter kick. It's like Yoshi's. It works like Yoshi's. Bounce. The other one is Lala's big orange ball. Belly flops down on it. Make it appear like a yoga ball. Slightly alter the horizontal. It's like a stall and fall thingamabobber. It bounces like Greninja's. But it's like Pac-Man's butt bounce from Pac-Man World. I'm mentally gone. Okay. I will say, just kind of disassociate myself for a moment. This is actually genuinely a pretty cool, like, stance change character. Like, having the very basic all-rounder, combined with the more specialized but heavy-hitting zoner. I haven't even gone to the specials yet, and I'm already feeling that. Like, this, it's well-designed. It's just this. Grabs. What? For his grab? What is this? For those not in the know, in which case I don't blame you. You probably have better things to do. 8 miniature Teletubbies that originate. Why is there Teletubby lore? 2015 reboots. I hate this. Like, this is all horrified me. This offends me. I hate this. Works like Olimar's grab. Okay. They successfully grab someone. You just get swarmed by babies. That's a good. This is just a double-handed grab. Loose reference to, I think, the one on the left in that GIF grabbing. Yeah, we'll go with that. Punchy Winky. Just punches. And then the forward throw. On the other side, the pummel. Uses his antenna to electrocute his opponents. Oh my god. We're just getting all forms of horror here. What is that nightmare? Ugh. What do they have kids watching these days? And yeah, or swing a red ball in his face, like it's just a wrecking ball for the forward throw. And the forward for Slendy channels so much energy into his body that he screams in agony before delivering a devastating headbutt that has electrical properties. Significant kill power, because of course. Back throw, it swings a xylophone to launch people. What is... Okay, so how he killed the... Rest of Slendy Winky's throws will be based on the ways in which he killed the other Teletubbies. He will latch his hands onto the face of his opponent as if to tear their eyes before slamming them behind them. This is based on how Slendy Winky killed La by ripping out her eyes. Up throw. The yellow one will appear alongside and uppercut them with their teddy bear. It's cute, it's just hitting it with a stuffed animal. Oh, it's so adorable. Up throw pulls out a rope that's tied to a noose before putting up around the opponent's, pulling them upward. It's a very standard throw. You just hang people for your up throw. Okay. Down throw is... What? A tiddly new. Just run them over with this little baby vacuum. Oh, what's the down throw? Oh, it's just a chainsaw! As we see Dipsy's disembodied corpse running at you with the chainsaw. Multi-eating damage before scooping him away. Kind of like Charizard's in functionality, I guess? Sure, why not? Let's get into the specials! Okay. For his neutral special, both of Tinky Winky's transformations will utilize a tap and hold feature, with tapping giving you one move and holding giving you another. For the default form, Tinky Winky just throws a bowl of custard. It's the main source of food in this machine. These work like traditional Hadouken projectiles, being thrown forwards at a medium speed, being unaffected by gravity. In terms of damage, it's actually really bad. Rather, its purpose is what it does into your opponent's stats. When you hit an opponent with Tubby Custard, the pink custard will actually stick to their body, similar to Inkling's ink. While the custard is on their body, opponents will move closer, have less traction, and perhaps the most important, have a random chance to trip. We're bringing Brawl back in a debuff. The more custard that is applied, the more chances you have to trip. So frequent uses of this move is expected. That's hilarious. Okay, we're back to just like cool, funny gameplay mechanics now, bringing back tripping as a custom effect for Tinky Winky of all things, that's pretty great. That is, like, unironically pretty fantastic. However, if you hold the input, you will perform a different move altogether. For this version of the attack, you'll pull out the tubby toaster and launch a piece of tubby toast, which is a piece of toast cut in a circular shape with a smiley face on it. I remember my mom used to try to make that for us when we were kids. Yes, why are you tying these childhood memories to this gift? Why is he inflating? And it's a similar projectile like Simon's axe, but you can alter the trajectory, you can have far more verticality, but not as much launching power. When you're affected, though, alright, so I can't get my eyes off of the freaking GIF there. What is this? Instead of throwing it, he instead consumes the infected stuff for a self buff that lasts about 20-second for 10-second cooldown. Deal far more damage and knockback before on top of becoming faster. You just go Super Saiyan, Super Tubby, sure. Come at a cost of taking more damage and knockback than they normally would, on top of giving his dodges worse frame data. It's a risk-reward toggle. I like those. Risk-reward toggles are great. It's a very highly polarizing and risky move, super rewarding. Reflects the idea of how, despite his massive power, Slendy Winky is always in eternal pain and agony, which this move further accentuates. If you hold the input, Slendy Winky will instead let out a massive scream around himself, covering a decent radius. Getting hit by the scream does different effects depending on whether the opponent is hit in the ground or the air. Ground is a dizzy state like Disable on Mewtwo, but in the air, you get input into freefall. These traits make this move perfect as a get-off-me tool, keeping overzealous opponents at bay by highly punishing their approach. Comes from the fact that this thing will scream when you get too close to them. As well as how Slendy Winky works as one of Tinky Winky's supers in Mugen. Great! Yeah, disassociating again for a second. Baki, this music is surprisingly very good. I was not expecting that from this. Why is there Spider Teletubby? Why? No. Why does that one have such a... Oh my god, that's the trumpet. It's a mech now. It's just... Side special is just Nunu. The cute, adorable little vacuum just puts down for as long as the button is held, which due to the short skips he does, with every time actually moves him forward. Once the button is let go, you'll truck the Nunu forward as a projectile, and it'll explode upon contact. It's kind of like the what's Bowser Jr.'s town? Koopa, Mecha Koopas. Yes, that one. Whereas we have Lightning Storm. Trail of 5 electrical meteors, one after another, mechanically similar to Sora's Thunder Spell. The difference being that they all appear at the same height, and each one is independently strong, which appear at different heights and rely on a multi-hit to launch foes. This is the most reliable zoning tool for Slendy, with its only weakness being that Slendy is very vulnerable if he misses and he cannot move until every meteor has fallen. Used by his evolved mutation, the Tinky Tank? Sure. Our special is so cute, he just jumps up, spinning with his skirt, bouncing around, multi-hitting damaging attack before launching foes on the final hit by kicking off on both sides. There's difference if it's on the move, on the ground, or in the air. Spinning in the direction pointed on the control stick. In the air, spinning a unique arc. Just, oh my gosh, my brain. Our special is just teleports. It appears in a puff of black smoke. Disappears. Nothing personal, kid. Doesn't put Slendy into free fall. That's important. Those moves are very good. Down is infection. This is how you change back and forth. Tinky Winky envelops himself in flame as he yells before the fire is quelled, and he's revealed by Slendy Winky, referencing the title screen of Slendy Tubbies. And the cure is just the pinwheel magic effect. Oh, he's all better now. Shields. For both of his shield specials, Tinky Winky will call in assistance of the forum's respective allies, which in this one is the other main Teletubbies before they're murdered and hung and decapitated and have their eyes gouged out. The way this will work is he'll point forward and a Teletubby will jump from the background into the spot in front of him. There can only be one Teletubby out at a time. Each has their own purpose. They all share weaknesses of being vulnerable to damage. If they get hit by something, their assist will be ended early, and the Teletubby will put on a longer cooldown. This is not random. It goes on a sequence from Dipsy to Lala, then Poe, before returning to Dipsy. Dipsy will rev up for 2 seconds with his cow hat on. And he throws a barrage of Tubby Custard forward. Lala will bounce on her ball and will stay on screen until she's either hit or 15 seconds pass. Just bounces on people like Slendy Winky's down air. And then Poe just shoots forward on her scooter. Lovely. That's so nice and wholesome. What do we got on the other side? Oh! New allies are the newborns. To give some context, thank you, when Nunu enacted his plan for world domination, he decided to inject the virus that was within the Tubby Custard into the Teletubby creation machines, which caused all newborn Teletubbies to be born with the infection already inside them from birth. And Nunu took advantage of this fact by making these newborns into foot soldiers in his grand army. Of course, obviously, sure. In Smash, they will primarily take on their appearance in Slendy Tubbies 3, with hollow eyes, pale beige skin, and a complete lack of arms. In terms of how this would function as a move, a portable Teletubby creation machine would be summoned by Slendy Winky, which would create one of the 4 main types of newborns from Slendy Tubbies 3. Lasts indefinitely until it is destroyed, only held back by the 20-second cooldown, and up to 2 total newborns can be on the screen. Now it's basic one. Has about 15% health and only can attack with a short-range headbutt. It's just a little summon that just awkwardly stands there and bonks you with its head. Runners. Jaw Mass Newborn is distinct for being the fastest newborn, is able to completely chase down even the fastest opponents, and once it does get close enough, it will attack with its powerful range and short arm. God, ugh. We got a range one. What is going on with you? These roboticized ones were easily the best. The other ones who rely on physical attacks, range, instead of just rockets from the launcher embedded in its right shoulder. Okay. Deal damage equivalent to an uncharged snake forward smash, but it cannot be moved, and the fact it only has 10% hit points of health. And then last, you got a Phantom. You look so... Why is it stretchy? Why is it so stretchy? These only do the same amount of damage as normal newborn with their scratch attack. They make up for this by being capable of short-range teleportation, which makes the only one that's capable of chasing opponents on platforms, as the other types of newborns cannot jump, so they'll just teleport next to you and gore you with those massive clawed fingers. Okay, we're almost done. My God! What is that? Give me 1 second, guys. My brother is visiting. He gave me a mint shake. I feel better now. Showed him that monstrosity, and he screamed. Anyway, coming back to this, we got Sun Baby. Yay, it's so cute. If you're on the stage, under the stage laughing, obviously just summon this little sun. The final smash has a massive range. Closer opponents get to the sun, it'll just burn them. Opponents will not take knockback from the Sun Baby herself. However, what does launch them is the massive ray of light she will emit will be on after being on screen. It's just a taboo off wave. Cool. And then the Tinky Tank transforms into a second, far more dangerous form, known as the Tinky Tank, a taller, more muscular mutation of the original that debuted in Slendy Tubbies 2. Very similar to how Giga Bowser works in Ultimate. Disappear, reappears as a massive version of itself in the background, punches people on the stage, killing them if they're over 100%. While you aim the punch, lightning bolts will appear randomly on the stage, which will stun anyone hit by it. So it's just Giga Bowser, but better. Okay. Oh yeah, aesthetics, yay! We got Tinky Winky, we got Dipsy, we got Lala, we got Po, we got Nunu, we got the Guardian, we got the Alright, the Shadow Tubbies. Tinky Winky will appear from a pink balloon drifting down because this is adorable. But Slendy will get up from bed, standing up. And oh, don't do this to Kirby! No! I'm going to need therapy after this. I'm just going to... Regular Kirby is adorable and just throws custard at people, as well as shooting out toast from the adorable toaster. But then this Kirby... oh, it's Koda drew this. This was the person that did the Jojo concept from earlier. It's like, yeah, this is cute. Okay. We're good. Sweet technological baby or Nunu's infected monster for the boxing ring title. Idol 1, Tinky Winky looks at the camera and waves. Slendy just looks at creeps. This one's so cute, they're dancing. This one just looks directly at the ground down. Okay. I have the sing taunts. Just the classic uh-oh, obviously. And then Slendy instead pulls out the chainsaw as a rev up. Forward taunt is just dance. Slendy's would light up red, but does the same dance, grimacing while doing so. And then the back taunt would light up the screen, showing either a cute little something happening, or for Slendy would broadcast shit like this! And then for the down taunt, all the horrifying babies will appear around Tinky Winky for the regular one. And then Slendy will just have Nunu here, kneeling before his master. This one's actually more horrifying. The basic one is more horrifying than the Slendy one, sure. Okay. And then we got the victory animations. This guy's just dancing around again, and then Slendy is just slicing a blue worker in half and then saying again. Just cutting all these tubbies in half. Just right off the Teletubbies gone. That's so cute. But then for the second one, it's just Metal Gear Engage! And then for the third, Tinky Winky will be with a bib behind the custard machine, serving himself a bowl of tappy custard before chucking it whole because it's cute. And then this one just levitates like a freaking horror movie. It's fine. And then for 4, they're just celebrating, doing chest bumps. And then for Slendy, you just have their bodies strewn around him while Slendy is crying in a corner, sitting away from the camera. Okay. And Stinky Dink makes a fantastic point that this is all contrasted by being in the same game with Isabelle and Pikachu and the freaking ice climbers. Shielding, uses Nunu to protect. Slendy's eyes will glow when he has his final smash. Has the same aura as well. In conclusion, boy is this one weird-ass fighter. From Tinky Winky's frantic combo-oriented blows to Slendy Winky's morbid and strange attacks, this highly unorthodox fighter has a bit of everything. While Tinky Winky is never going to get into Smash for rather obvious reasons, the playstyle I've given him here would undoubtedly make him stand out from the crowd were he to ever get in for real. Well, that's all for time I've got for now, my fellow peasants. Time for Tubby bye-bye. And then he's got a full list of just his other stuff right here. Okay. It was a journey, but we survived. I'm going to drink some of this shake real quick and try to feel better. Give me 20 seconds. Just need to come back to Earth. Okay. So, disassociating from the massive amount of psychological damage that I have taken from this moveset, this is actually a pretty good moveset. It's really well thought out. Both forms of Tinky Winky have extremely dedicated playstyles, very well thought out, that would work very well together. I love the summons. They just give an incredible amount of options to this. Swapping between the all-rounder to the highly specialized Slendy seems to work well. They both have their own strengths and weaknesses. And it seems like there's plenty of situations where you would want to use one over the other. This is one of the best shitposts I've ever seen. Because like all of the best shitposts, this actually has a solid amount of quality behind it. I'm sorry this took so long to get to. If I had realized this had the Slenderman thing behind it, I might have prioritized it a bit more. No, actually, no, I wouldn't have been able to do that. There's just so many new people coming around. Regardless... Yeah, I'll send it... Yeah, LavaSlug, you have more than earned a signal boost for the rest of the... You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I kind of want to keep these as secrets, but matter of staying a while to make the artwork. There's no way I'm not commissioning artwork for shorts to highlight this. Because just imagine the thumbnail I could make with this. Alright. I'm gonna go quickly, just go explain to my brother what I'm doing. Give me 30 seconds, I'll be right back. Okay. I have recharged. I am back mentally. So yeah, this was certainly a trip, but LavaSlug, this was really good. You better feel proud about this, because this was a very well thought out moveset. Okay, let's get away from all of this, and thank God we're doing this one next. If I was being fair, I probably should have waited a few more times before jumping on to this one. But, like, when you send me the title of your concept looking like this, like, how am I supposed to resist this? I can't, like, come on. This is like, these are my favorite games. From Baki Reggie, let's talk about Monster Hunter and the potential for a Monster Hunter fighting game. Hello everyone, and thank you for deciding to read this document. I was expecting to be back so early after that Palutena redesign of some months ago, but here I am for another concept, something I wanted to put on paper for a long time. Once again, this is mostly a love letter to a franchise that means a lot to me. It's probably my favorite franchise as well. While being fairly new to the Monster Hunter series, I consider the two titles I played, Generations Ultimate and Rise, to be among my favorite video games. So this is for me, either a way to gush about my favorite franchise or potentially make some more people curious about the series. Last time I was here, he called me Bagi for a second, so this follow-up seems more than fitting. So this is, for me, either I'm actually going to turn the music up a little bit more. I love the music of the series so much. There we go. With some exceptions, where I will credit outside artists, all the art featured in this doc is either official Capcom art or small sketches edits made by me. This idea may not be your cup of tea. I suggest at least stay here for the music, because Monster Hunter music goes so hard. I'm turning it up a little bit more. I don't care if it slightly drowns me out. I love this series. Let's begin. First, yes! Oh my god, you could not have opened with a better... Yes, okay. Whenever I ask myself, what are the games that shaped my childhood, there is always one name that often comes to mind. Godzilla Save the Earth for the PS2 was the sequel of the more beloved title for the Nintendo GameCube. An arena fighting game where the players were able to take control of the iconic kaijus to host incredible fights to the death. I spent literal afternoons playing this game with my siblings, and the varied selection of characters helped me to learn more about this Godzilla universe and its terrifying creatures. It was also my introduction to the Monsterverse as well, actually. Not this version, it was on the GameCube. Wait, is this the same? No, the one I played had worse graphics. Maybe. I don't know. It's the same gameplay formula. The game was not only tense and full of scary scenarios, but also really goofy. All of the times monsters would have fought with moves that resemble Looney Tune hijinks. Monster could have died after a cartoony spinner because a literal building was thrown into their face. Like, just look at that! These games are so good! Also, don't ask why, but there was also a bowling minigame. Sequels of this game have been released during the years, but though I think they've never really been able to recapture the charm of past titles. Sorry. Let me get some water real quick. Especially because the sequel for the Wii forced people to fight by literally shaking the Wii remote because, yay, motion controls were fun. I feel like just the idea of controlling a giant creature in a fighting game would be enough to sell a lot of people on a product. Now, I wonder if there's a beloved video game franchise about fighting giant monsters. Yeah, you know why you are here. The reason for wanting a Monster Hunter fighting game seems obvious. Capcom is one of the most notorious companies when it comes to fighting games, and Monster Hunter is one of the most successful IPs. Combining the two things together seems like a no-brainer. Not to mention that the introduction of turf wars in the main series, as well as the ability to mount monsters in Rise, suggests that Capcom thinks the same as— oh my god, I love the drop in this song so much! Is at least thinks the same as well. It's just fun seeing two terrifying fictional creatures beating each other up. But on the other hand, Monster Hunter is not just a game about kaiju battles. It's a world full of beautiful environments, silly and crazy characters, which I should probably link this document. There we go. Vibrant endemic life, literal cultures and mentalities throughout the history of the series. Only the cooking in this game is enough to create a good spin-off. The charm is what makes the series so enduring for a lot of people, myself included, and something that, in my opinion, should not be ignored whenever thinking of a game like this. My objective for this concept? Try to create a game that will feel both fun and fair to play, that will combine the gameplay of arena fighters with the core mechanics and charm of a Monster Hunter game. This may seem difficult if— it's 4:20 already? Oh my— also nice. But like, I still got one more concept after this. This is gonna be a long stream, my friends, because I'm gonna spend my time with this one. But I think it will help this title stand out among similar fighting games on the market. Designing for dorks too. Could you please just, like, message me this artwork on, like, Discord or something? I want this. This makes me happy. So yeah, let's begin with the core of the game, the combat. Just like the mentioned Godzilla titles, this is a 3D arena fighting game. Each player will take control of a monster and be able to walk or fly around a large stage. The objective: take down the other foe, of course. The game will basically be a series of playable turf wars. While the default fights will be a 1 vs 1 showdown, a free-for-all mode is available, where up to 4 monsters can fight each other and even create a 2 vs 2 or a 3 vs 1 team. Each character will fight in different ways, and each of them will have an overall easy-to-input moveset, with the ability to walk, fly around, shield, dodge, and parry attacks. The offensive options are composed of light and strong attacks, self-explanatory, as well as special attacks, which will be based on the iconic moves from the respective monsters. Example, Rathalos has Fire Breath as one of his specials. The UI is also really simple, composed of a map of the arena, a timer, and 2 main bars for each character. A health bar for the HP, if it drops to 0, you're dead, and a rage bar, which is filled over time while taking in hits, or attacking. The rage bar allows your monster to enter a rage mode, where its attacks will become stronger but riskier with a bigger end lag. Man, Monster Hunter Rage really does add itself well to a fighting game. Rage mode can be activated when at least 3 of the sections of the orange bar are filled. Once the rage is activated, the rage bar will begin to reduce until fully empty. An enraged monster is much more dangerous and powerful compared to its normal form, but there is a catch. If the enraged monster takes too many hits during rage mode, he will be stunned for a bit, now more vulnerable to its attacks. To its opponent. Ugh. Starting to fail at English again. I have been talking for a long time. Rage mode is a risk-reward system where the player can either decide to go berserk for a couple of seconds, leading to possible openings of more damaging options, or keeping the distance for a different strategy. Every monster will be able to perform a super move only available if the rage bar is completely full. A super move is a devastating final attack common in a lot of fighting games, a cinematic flurry of blows capable of draining the life bar of an opponent. But here's the catch: if both players perform the same super move at the same time, Turf War mode will begin. Turf War mode is basically a cinematic quick-time event where both the monsters fight each other, with animations basically taken from the Turf Wars in the regular Monster Hunter games. That's so cool. This would also be a great way of like getting more Turf Wars into the actual Monster Hunter games. It would provide the perfect excuse to do so. Gameplay-wise, this is basically a small minigame for both the players. The player that button mashes the most during the cinematic will be the one to perform the super move, while the other one takes the hard hit. Just like in regular Monster Hunter games, I want to introduce the maps before the monsters themselves. Fighting is not the only option for players. Just like in Monster Hunter games, you will be free to explore the location during the fight and even interact with different assets and objects in the environment. Interesting. Okay. The fights will take place in specific locations inspired by the locals of various Monster Hunter titles. The areas will be large and composed of different time zones depending on the biome. Some of these stages are simpler than others, and may or may not feature additional terrain and hazards. Waterfalls, giant trees, boulders, or breakable walls which will change the overall stage, or even allow monsters to perform additional unique attacks from above, below, and similar. Specific terrain can even be used to sharpen the It's just a whetstone in the environment. If you interact with them, you'll get a temporary stat boost in power, defense, or speed depending on the monster you are using. Only detriment is that you will be vulnerable for a bit, so be careful. This use of environmental resources will not be crucial for a lot of the fights, but it will lead to enough planning to think of different strategies to approach different opponents. Here are some examples of the stages. This is just nostalgia going through my brain. You got the Jurassic Frontier, Wild Spiral Waste, Misty Peaks, Ancestral Steppe, Frost Islands, Coral Highlands was such a great stage design. I love what they did with that so much. Lava Canyon, Horse Frost Reach, Walls of Chimera, the Great Tower, Zora Magdaros' back, sure, and Fatalis' castle. The stage will also feature mobs, non-playable NPC monsters that can be fought on the map to obtain different benefits. For example, felines, jaguars, gargoyles, etc. Some of these NPC characters are more dangerous than others, and each stage will have a specific party crash. Yes! Powerful entities like the Basil Geese, Yamasukami, or Kirin, while not playable, can still show up to mess with the fight in really dangerous ways. Kirin, for example, will show up at Hoarfrost Reach as he starts covering a section of the map with dangerous lightning that stuns whoever is hit. Either by defeating enemies, exploring the map, you'll be able to find different items for different uses. These items will have instantaneous effects, and will spawn in different regions of the map each time. Here are some of the items below. You got the herbs for the health, steak for stamina, special moves, might seeds for attack, magnet seeds for defense, flash bugs. Alright, the stun, we've got barrel bombs, pitfall traps. Oh, great. Dragonairs. I love implementing the more sprawling nature of Monster Hunter game's gameplay into a fighting game by making it just like encouraging the exploration around the map to find various things to help you out. There does need to be a mechanic that like forces combats. Like maybe kind of an Age of Empires 3 if you try to run away from combat, you're slower for a bit before you can really get going. To make it a detrimental to run away from fights. Just otherwise you have a lot of gameplay of just running away back and forth that really stall out matches. Still absolutely really good. There just needs to be something to balance that out. While there will be an option to turn off items and hazards, I think these are crucial to have in a fighting game like this. Not only do they showcase that arenas are actually environments rather than soulless worlds, but they will also lead to different strategies for different people. A player can either decide to start a match by exploring the map to find specific items, or just going full aggressive on the opponent without wasting time or resources. Something that actually reminds me of the different approaches a player may have in a regular Monster Hunter title. You know what would be a good way of doing it, actually? Make it so that the rage of the player that is chasing it goes up, while the rage of the player that is running goes down. Like you're angry that they're running away from a fight, whereas you're running away and your rage is calming down. That'd be a nice way of balancing this, making it more of a risk-reward. There are a total of 35 playable... Yes! Which may seem a lot, but considering that devs will use Skeleton's movesets already done for the console Monster Hunter fighters, I think it is realistic enough size. Absolutely, like look at how Monster Hunter Stories has so many... I think there's hundreds of monsters in that RPG, and it's animated so much better than like Pokemon or Temtem or anything like that because the animations already exists. Apologies if your favorite didn't make the cut, but I tried to choose candidates that are both iconic and fan favorites, as long as reader picks will give charm to the overall roster. Feel free to suggest possible new additions to the selection. Below we will have the name, along with a cheesy nickname to suggest the overall gimmick of the character. Okay. Oh, we've got another formatting problem here. One second. Can I make this smaller to fit properly? Yeah, there we go. Alright, you won't be able to read the bottoms anymore, but I'll try to narrate these properly. Except that I can't read the bottoms now either. Okay, hold on. We gotta experiment a bit to... Nope, there's not... There's like no in-between there. Alright, new plan. We're gonna zoom in a lot and try to scroll between them. Nope, that's not gonna work either. Okay. This is gonna cut off a lot of the words, but this is the best balance where I can still read and you can still see what I'm talking about. Okay, so Rathalos is the Ryu of the game. A balanced fighter with average projectiles in both ground and aerial attacks. Always a safe option for both expert players and newbies. Rathian is more of the Ken, will have similar moves as her husband, which she'll be easier to control and to move around. Overall, a better pick for beginners and one of the simpler but easiest monsters to pick up and play. See, like, I'm already picturing, just mentally, she's like, of course, obviously, because, like, Rathalos' aerial combos would be a little harder to learn. You are making me so sad that this game doesn't exist. But this is great. Diablos is another balanced fighter. Have a much slower air and ground movements compared to Rathalos and Rathian, but will still be able to quickly travel the arena thanks to its ability to dig, similar to the Megalon in the Godzilla games. We've got the Unga Bunga Tigrex, a pure rushdown, unable to attack from a distance, but really dangerous if it's up close, an intimidating force with a lot of offensive power. We've got Zizinoger, actually the most popular monster in Japan, really. Another balanced fighter capable of both strong and fast attacks, as well as electric properties that'll keep him safe from a distance. We've got the Ninja Nargacuga, fragile, elusive speedster, of course, as it should be. You can finally bring back the Lagiacrus in something. Creates more for electric traps. That's a good archetype to put him in, because the various subspecies of it can like outright just create like electrical spears that fire off in different directions. It's a really good one. We got the Brachydios. Oh, I would love to play a game as the Brachydios. That'd be so cool. And the way the slime works, like you could extend combos by exploding the slime. Oh, that would be so cool. Got Gormagala. Gotta have Gormagala. Able to inflict the Frenzy virus as well. Nice. Works similar to how it works in the Monster Hunter titles. So you get infected by it, and if you can't get rid of enough, it does continuous damage, you can't heal. But if you're able to fight through it, it's a stat boost. So you're basically giving the opponents a chance to be stronger, but if they don't fulfill that qualification, it's going to hurt them hard. Valstrax would be so cool to control. Bit of a glass cannon, Valstrax's ridiculous speed and meteor attacks make him one of the most dangerous monsters. He's also able to fly outside the map for a little bit, only to slam into the area like a missile. So cool. It's such a cool monster. It's such a cool monster. Nergigante is a more defensive monster, capable of multi-hit moves thanks to his spiky body. Very slow, but very hard, hit very hard and have super armor. And then we have Amadazzino. Literally a Dracula impersonator. The monster can put a lot of pressure on his opponents thanks to his brutal attacks and the ability to teleport around the stage. He can also drain people's health from afar with those weird leeches on his... What part of the body would that be? Upper neck, I guess? It's not quite his chest, but it's a very long neck. I don't know. We got the Great Jaggi. One of the lowest health bars, be able to summon smaller Jaggies to do its dirty work. That's hilarious. An annoying zone that's also a sort of joke character. We've got Kuluyaku. Instead of fighting his opponents directly, he will run around and pick up random... Oh, that makes the map, how the maps work so much more interesting. If you got characters like Kuluyaku, just go around trying to find like that perfect bomb rock that he can drop on a monster's head and make them explode. That's so cool. Mizitsune is a dancer. Debuffs the movement because it's a bubble monster, so it like spreads its, I guess, soap around, for lack of a better way of putting it. which makes the terrain more slippery. I wish this monster came back more. It's such a great design. Should not just be in 4 Ultimate. It's so cool. Tag Team Fighter, where the queen can send out its husband as a projectile or attack. Well, it's just sometimes grab it with that earwig kind of tail it's got and just swing it around. It's so cool. Glavenus is the anime sword fighter. Just literally uses its tail as a sword. Also spits fire, and its mouth is literally a forge that it uses to superheat its tail into a molten sword. Monster Hunter is so cool, guys. Got another anime swordsman with Gossarag. This one's a dual wielder this time. Like breathe ice on its. It's kind of like a bear in terms of how it's stanced up, but it'll breathe ice on its forearms and turn them into like really huge blades. So cool. We got Puke Puke, the jungler. Another reason why the way the maps work is so cool. Because Puke Puke, it eats lots of herbs, and depending on what it eats, it will get stronger and be able to spit more poison and such. Xantrios is a stance fighter, that's so good. Yeah, the cool slim shark, attacking people with ice attacks, but then he just puffs up like a puffer fish, and he just smashes people. Kezu. I hate Kezu so much, but alright, I get it. It makes sense for a fighting game. It's a dollism. Its long, stretchy penis neck. If you fight against Kezu, no mess, I will hate fighting against Kezu. I mean, that fits the character. Got the Gammoth. Nice. Underappreciated monster. Super big, slow mammoth. Smashing things with ice. Ottoka is just the coolest thing ever. It's a golden, like, mantis creature that will literally build itself weapons. Like, it's got that huge steel bar that's got silk wrapped around. Will use that as a weapon. It has an actual mech that will just hold together with silk and smash you Metal Gear style. Aslos is a super fast lightning character, of course. Agnactor, another great one. Another stage control one, alright. Creates pools of lava on the ground by swimming through it. Steve Sergios. It's got its bleed effect. That's interesting in a fighting game. So the way that bleed works in Monster Hunter is that if you move while it's on you, you take continuous damage. You have to literally sit still and just do nothing for the effect to go away. And if you're in a fighting game, I mean, not being able to move is pretty bad. Got Valhazak, such a great monster design. Based off of toxic-based attacks that lower the defenses of creature. Kurapeka, please say that it can summon Devil Joes. Because the way that Kurapeka works is it literally summons other monsters to fight for it. Yeah! So example, one of the stage specials he'll call Kieran or Basilgeuse. So taking all those stage hazards and turning them into... Sorry, I just saw the Reggie. Rakakadaki is a great puppet fighter. Great choice for that. Magnamalo. Awesome samurai. An offensive trapper. Interesting. Oh yeah, because of all the will-up sequences. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. Kind of tossing out the explosive thingamabobbers. I can't remember what it's called in the games. Devil Joe is just Devil Joe. Just gets in your face, tries to eat you as quickly as possible. Able to cut his own tail off and use that as one-off powerful projectile. Yes. That's great. Rajang is obvious. It's just Blanca. Ooh, and if you eat a Kieran horn, you can charge into Furious Rajang. That's a fun reference. Got Lunastra as the Fire Queen. Powerful zoner with sling projectiles. You have the inflict burn status effects. Got Kushala Deora. As much as I hate fighting Kushala Deora in the Monster Hunter games, That'd be a great fighting game character, just throwing out tornadoes that blast people away. And final boss of the arcade, it's obviously Fatalis. I mean, it's gotta be. What else could it be? An extra slot, put your favorite monster here. Oh gosh. My favorite's actually the music playing right now. That's Teostra, but with Lunastra in the game already, that feels too vanilla. What's not here but would be really neat? Malzeno already covers what Giganox can do pretty handily. I'll think about it. I'll come back to that in a second. Got the basic stuff in a fighting game. You got the arcade, you got the versus, you got the team battles, survival, cooking mode, rampage mode, training mode. Felines are the announcers! Yes! That's so good! Oh my gosh, like, no, but seriously, think for a second about how announcers would work in a game like this. Because Monster Hunter is all about, like, ecology. It's about research, it's about science, it's about understanding the environment. So these fights would not be battles, they'd be more of, like, research expeditions to see how monsters interact with each other. It's got, like, Pokédex entries because of, like, monster... just... ecology stuff. Oh, this is so good. Okay, I want to know what cooking mode is. Turns the game into a cat and mouse chase. Taking control of one of the monsters, your task is to chase a little chef cat that is roaming around the map collecting ingredients. You can't kill the cat, but your various attacks and moves will affect how he will move around and consequently which ingredients he will collect in the map. So you're... wait. Hang on. So... it's a cooking minigame where you are literally harassing the cook to just grab the ingredients you wanted to grab. That's pretty great. That's really great. It's just a cooking minigame that creates some different ingredients. And you can do a multiplayer and have multiple... I was just trying to push cats in different directions in order to prepare the specific meal. Rampage mode is a mode that will basically turn the game into a muso. Take control of one of the monsters, you are now set to fight dozens and dozens of human hunters. Like Ganon's Fury from Hyrule Warriors. Just go around human villages and for once take down those tiny humans that hunt you down, destroy their cities, scare their cats, and steal their food. That's so great! But what about the story mode? Jokes aside, Monster Hunter is not really the most story-driven franchise in the world. This will be hard to make a character-driven narrative considering all the playable characters are basically really angry monsters. I guess the incipit of the arcade mode will be something really simple, like, I don't know, Fatalis is angry, go kill him. I would, actually, I'd throw out, that make it like an ecological documentary for the arcade mode. Just like some sort of David Attenborough narrating over, like, this is how this monster deals with these certain situations. Turn it into, like, just a straight-up, like, Discovery Channel story mode Monster Hunter extravaganza. And once they kill Fatalis, maybe they, like, absorb the power of the Black Dragon or something ridiculous like that, and you explore what happens when that kind of monster gains the power of that level of a ecological disaster. We got costumes, of course. Oh my god. No. We're not gonna do like the Azor Rathlos things, that's too easy. So each of these costumes will be a reference to another Capcom IP or character. I'm zooming back in for these. So of course, we've got Ryuthlos. We've got the Sigmagnamalo. The Amizutsinioni. the John Zinnograin for the dock starters. This is such a... Oh my god. This is not okay. You have too much power. That's a Blodia, sure. This is my favorite idea. I'm sorry, it's just my favorite idea. This is the best thing ever. Dante Joe, of course. Kuro Phoenix. Oh, that's all of them? I understand, because like these would take forever to make, but like, my god. Oh, this is the joy I needed after that ridiculous Slendy Winky nonsense. And some scrapped ideas. Breakable parts makes sense. Every monster has specific weak pots that they can be, if hit enough times, they can be destroyed. But that is kind of hard to implement in the area of a fighting game. Maybe if you did it like percentage based, but even then, that's quite complicated and a lot to remember. I could see it working, like, say the Rathian, for example, you cut off its tail, its poison isn't strong, stuff like that, but it almost breaks the power fantasy a bit. You don't want your character to feel like they're slowly dying. You want to be... Maybe at least just for, like, aesthetics, though. I don't know. That's honestly, I'd want it to be like tested or something. Armor sets for the monsters. If the player fights and defeats a specific monster, they'll be able to loot their body and use the obtained material to craft specific armor. That would be hilarious, but I do agree that would be very, very hard to implement in a fighting game like this. Although the hats would be fun. I like the hats. Also consider Monster Hunter Frontier monsters. I feel like the rise of Espiness opens this door a lot further. But I do agree that's probably best to hold off on those for now. Because they're just not as well known. And if people like them, they can't really go to the game that they're from very easily right now. I do really want to play against that Scorpion at some point, though. Guess character. Yes! My god, yes! Oh, guest fighters in a game like this? Just grab all the crazy monsters that have been in all the other video games out there? That would be so cool! And the script... characters... I do love the idea of Malfiesto. That'd be a really cool character. Why is the Volvodon Santa? I'm not complaining, but that's hilarious, but why is the Volvodon Santa? Oh, Chameleos is another great pick, too. Charles Valda as well. I love this series so much. It's got so many cool creature designs. And the Poogie. Because, of course. Conclusions. Apologies if this document was too long. I have so many ideas that I wanted to add in, but I feel like you get the gist of the concept. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. As always, keep up the great works and videos you guys pull out. Again, feel free to comment or suggest the idea I proposed today. Let me know which character in the roster you will main. I am legitimately curious. Until next time, fellas, quest complete. That filled my heart with joy and sunshine. What character would I main? Oh gosh, am I playing a Monster Hunter game? What do I focus on? That's like legitimately hard to me. Which of my children is my favorite. Based on the kind of characters I enjoy playing, Nergigante would probably be what I gravitated towards. Valstrax is just cool. Probably that as well, but I think Tri was my first game, and I think because of that, I would probably try to learn Lagiacrus the most. But that would obviously change immensely based on how these characters played. Gossarog seems like another fun one. I mean, they all sound like fun ideas. You just have to have them in your hands and play them before you figure out what you would really like to play as. Gosh, I still have no idea what I put here. Give me like a solid minute to think. Cause like there's, would I go for Try? Something like the Gobble, maybe? That would be funny. Gobble would be really funny. Nibblesnarf as well. Similar reasons. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, that's hilarious. My answer is the Nibblesnarf. Just the burrowing big mouth of a creature that does not know how to stop. It's the Captain Falcon of the game. You just press forward and attack. Yeah, I can't criticize this at all. Baki, this is just... I don't think you could have created something more targeted towards the things I love across video games if you tried. Like, I adore Monster Hunter, and I feel like you have created a beautiful tribute to one of my favorite series. Alright. Now then. We got one more to cover today. It's been a long stream. I've missed this one several times, despite saying I would have gotten to it as soon as possible, and I feel bad about that, so let's wrap things up with the glorious return boop, of Claymation. Concept for reworking Wario for a new Super Smash Bros. Game. It's back! Yes! Grab some water real quick before I start this. First, I'm gonna go over my personal problem. Oh my gosh. Inhaled a bit of that water. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Okay. Personal problems with Wario and Smash Bros. When I first saw Wario in Brawl, I was happy he was here, but puzzled by his playstyle. He felt janky, weird, and just not like Wario. The Wario I knew growing up was Mario's jealous, beta male rival, and a big, strong yet ignorant bully. So I thought he would play like that in Smash Bros., but no. The Wario I saw in Smash was weird, random, and just not Wario to me. But as I discovered the Wario Land series, I found this moveset even more puzzling. I could say more about Spirit Kong and explain my issues better than I could. I also wanted to express my own problems with Wario instead of repeating what he already said on the ranking of the Brawl characters. However, not everything about the Wario in Smash is bad. His up and down smash imitating Mario's is a nice touch. The Wario bike and chomp are fitting and really fun to use. And 2 out of the 3 victory animations are perfect for him in my opinion. So my goal with this rework is to show how the team behind the next Smash Bros. Can rework Wario's movesets while keeping what his mains love about him. But not by updating Wario himself. More on that later. For Wario's presentation, my problem isn't that Wario looks too realistic, but rather it's not accurate. It's just like with DK, I need a clay model of Wario to show what he could look like for a new Super Smash Bros. Game. Okay, but a Michael Haviland, a Yakuza Wario game, unironically sounds like the best thing ever. That'd be so good. My took his inspiration from his model that appears in the Mario series, making his arms, legs, and body bigger to match his head. I also want Wario's overall design to be his default costume, while the biker outfit would be an alt costume. I don't have any other costume ideas for Wario, but I would like for the Wario Land 3 skin to come back. Shoutouts to Fridge Door for making a mod bringing this costume back. I also want all of Wario's taunts to be new because the current ones don't feel like Wario to me. For his up taunt, Wario flexes his left arm and says, "I'm gonna win!" from Mario Party 5. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to do more voice. I've been speaking for 4 hours. You're doing this to me now? Okay. Side taunt as Wario laughed, but he now laughs in the direction. And down taunt as Wario... I cannot get over claymation, yes! Down taunt as Wario turns around and smugly spanks his dump trunk at you. Look at how expressive that is. That's such good claymation. Like, look at that! That's so hard to do with detail on that level. I also want the victory animation where he farts to be replaced with a victory animation referencing Wario Land 4. Where he dabs. Nice. The fact that Wario barely ever flexes in Smash Bros. At all is an issue that nobody really talks about. But it's low-key one of the biggest problems with him. He's not as in love with himself as he should be, if that makes sense. Like, look at this guy. He's buff, he knows it. Specific changes. I want Wario's walk to run and to walk. Oh my gosh, 1 second. I want Wario's walk and run to look like how it does in Wario Land 4, and like Mario's walk and run. Oh, nice. Yeah, he should have more of like a bold charge towards his opponents. It's the Pizza Tower thingamabobber. Haven't played that game yet, I need to. It looks good. For Wario's stat changes, I'll have a few big buffs and nerfs. Light up blue means a buff, and red means a nerf. Bit heavier, bit faster, but less airspeed, and worse air acceleration. So it's not as much of a floaty character, more of a brawler. Now I know what you're probably thinking. What? Why do I want Wario's airspeed and air acceleration nerfed? Because Wario doesn't feel right to control, in my opinion. His ground speed and fall speed are just right, but his airspeed and air acceleration are too fast, in my opinion. But don't worry, I don't want it to be awful like Luigi's airspeed, but I just want Wario's airspeed to be at least decent like Rob's. But to make up for that nerf, I want his weight to be drastically increased to make Wario even harder to knock out. Another change I want is for Wario's to be increased to be bigger than Mario but shorter than Luigi. Is that size? That's probably size. Because similar to what I want Donkey Kong's size to be decreased to the same height as Samus, I personally think Wario in Smash looks jarring compared to the other Mario characters. I also want the hitboxes for Wario's attacks to be adjusted to match the new height and animations. Now that we're done with presentation changes and specific changes, let's get into the moveset. For the moveset changes, I took a lot of inspiration from Pirate Kong's videos about Wario Land's Rice Beach and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate's King K. Rool to figure out how Wario could play, and after watching those videos and thinking of a few concepts, here's what I came up with. I want Wario to be a grappler and bruiser character, and to have great vertical kill power and amazing horizontal combos. The opposite of Mario, basically. The reason for the changes is to reflect how he plays in the Wario Land games more, where he doesn't rush through levels like Mario does. He waddles through them and bullies opponents that get in his way. And how the challenge in a Wario Land game is going forward instead of up like in a 2D Mario game. Another change I want as well is to have some of Wario's attacks, as well as his idle stance, walk and run, to parallel Mario's. This is because I want Mario and Wario's long rivalry to be conveyed better in Smash. Specifically by having Wario try to outdo Mario's moves in a similar way to K. Rool in Smash. As well as that, I also want Ridley to have tough guy armor like Bowser does as a reference to how Wario is just hindered by opponents rather than being killed by them in Wario Land. Now you might be thinking, wait, what? Why do I want to change Wario that drastically? Why not just take more inspiration from Wario Land while keeping with what his mains like about him? Because similar to when me, and the concept for Rayman, the more you commit to one side of the character, the more you leave another behind. Yes! And putting in more Wario Land influences contradicts Wario's current playstyle. It doesn't matter how many Wario Land moves Wario has in Smash mods, he's still just a heavier Jigglypuff in almost all of them. This is why I want Wario to be a grappler character with a bruiser lean. I want a moveset that truly feels like Wario to me. But I don't want current players to be alienated, and I have an idea for how to keep current players on board. But I'll say more about that later. For now, I'll show what I'd like Wario's movesets to be like in a new Super Smash Bros. Game. To start off for the neutral attack, I want Wario to uppercut upwards. Very similar to Ryu and Ken's up-close heavy jab. I'm gonna skip over numbers here because it's harder to actually understand without being able to, like, play as it in the game. So those numbers change all the time. More of an up tilt for his very basic jab. Forward tilt is the shoulder bash because, of course, it should be. But I also wanted to have the ability to jump while using it, and for Wario to bounce off opponents after hitting them with his dash attack like in Wario Land. But aerial dash attack has wait. So is this a dash attack or a forward tilt? I'm a little confused. Maybe I scroll down a little bit just to see if there's another dash attack. Oh no, there's another dash attack. Okay, we're good. So it's a forward tilt that kind of works like one, but is more... I guess it kind of falls into the category of just like the multi-hit attacks, but he's just continuously moving it. I don't know. It's weird, but I like it. Wario's shoulder bash is already pretty solid as a dash attack in my opinion, but these changes would make the shoulder bash more closely resemble the move from Wario Land while also giving it some new utility. For up tilt, I want Wario to try and prove his headbutt is better than Mario's by using it for a tilt instead. Ha! Nice. It comes out in frame 7, but yeah, I'm gonna skip the numbers again. It's greater power, less safety. Okay. For down tilt, I wanted to use a roll attack from Wario Land. That's great. Similar to DDD's down tilt. Works like a burst like DDD's, but it's not as strong, but also has less end lag. Dash attack, I want to use his headbutt from Wario Land 4. Got the bull rush charge. I hate that he doesn't have that. It's so perfectly Wario. What is this demon clown music? It is Hurry Up, apparently. And for forward smash, I want him to use his current forward tilt. Just the big fat slap. I like it. And for up smash, okay, hold on. Wario? Ha! You call a suit jump punch special, Mario? I can do it for an up smash. Hold on. Gotta be lower. Except I'm not going to do this a jump punch. I can do even better. I can do a springing jump punch. Ah, sorry. I don't have a good Wario. It's very similar to Luigi's up special, but Wario can't turn left or right while falling down. The sweet spot deals 20% base now. Okay, so a very heavy spot. Oh, no, I see. So it's an extremely powerful move, but only in a very specific area for the springing attack. I like it. Down smash is his ground pound from Super Mario Land 2. Nice! Like if Bowser Bomb was Wario's down smash. Kind of nice area of effect. I love the little shockwave effect. That's so nice. neutral air. Has him jump straight up and with 2/3 of the height of Bowser's jump. Track like hitbox. Oh, no, this is still down smash. Okay. Looks like this was a copy and paste. I got copied twice. That's fine. It's another nice jumping attack. Kind of like the if anybody's played Project 64 Remix, I like that version of Wario a lot more than the one we've got in Brawl 4 and Ultimate. And this is giving me those vibes as well. Neutral air wants to be his current forward air. Nice. This is more of a combo game rather than a get-off-me tool. Forward air wants something similar to Luigi's up air, a backflip kick that sends a bit more forward like in Mario's. But Wario's have a bit less range and less active frames, due to Wario having shorter legs. I like the idea that he's trying to do one of Mario and Luigi's upward aerials, but his legs are too short and he's too fat, so he can't quite get his legs all the way up there, so he instead just calls it a forward air instead. For up air, let's punch with both hands upwards. Self-explanatory. Similar to his current up throw. Deals quite a bit of damage. More meant for juggling and finishing off opponents, cross between Mario's back air and Fox's up air. Back air's fine. And for down air, wants him to stomp down and slightly forward. Wario is a character that should have a stomp. Yeah, I'm down for this, yeah. Simpler version of Luigi's down air. Great for starting and extending grab combos. As you may have noticed, these aerials are very similar to Luigi's. The reason for this is not to only complement this Wario's lean on grappling, but also add to the rivalry dynamic between him and Mario, by having Wario try to outdo Mario's grab game. I want Wario's grab to be the same. I want his pummel to have him punch you instead of poking you, and knock coins out of you like in Project... Nice! Yes! Color punching tag? Forward and up throws are the chucks like he does in Wario Land. Decent combo tools. And that's his more of his up throw. Nice. Back throw is his current back throw. His current back throws are excellent. It's just mirroring Mario's. Like so. But I also want Wario to spin around for twice as long for back throw, and for back throw to deal twice as much damage and knockback. But to compensate, it would have more end lag. This is so back throw is the strongest kill throw in the game just to outdo Mario. That's great. Down throw wants to move to bury opponents instead of launching them, and also look like the pile driver from Wario World. Yeah, I'm down for that. Also a character that should be able to bury. Like, he is the big, strong macho man. He should be able to do all the things. Alright, neutral special is the Rock Chuck / Bully Grab. Bully Grab works similar to DK's cargo throw. Wario can use all his throws for Bully Grab, but he can't pick up allies and help them. Reason being because Wario is a bad friend and teammate, enough said. This gives Wario a way to get a grab in midair to bully opponents even harder. Nice. He just grabs people midair, tosses them. Side special is still the bike. It's good. Side special is still the Wario bike, but now it comes out much faster. What the? That's not what I put on there. Random Raving Rabbids music in this playlist. Sure. Bike is really fun to use, so I don't think it should go, but this version would add some more risk and reward to it, and also work as a combo finisher like Mario's up special. Oh no, oh dear, I hope the stream's not buffering, because the music currently is. Uh-oh. Let me check the stream's health real quick. Testing. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. No worries. The tripled speed is a double-edged sword, though. So make sure you don't panic and whip it. This concept is inspired by a comment Pierre made during the ranking of the Brawlcast, when he said Wario should be more reckless and hurting himself for his attacks. Like his Brawl Final Smash where his Baki kills him if he uses it. And speaking of being reckless, Up Smash is Blast Away. Similar to K. Rool's Up Special, but also a reference to a WarioWare microgame. Wario flies real high with his jetpack on and screams in terror while doing so. Unlike K. Rool's though, this Up Special flies a bit faster, but only goes straight up, and the rocket explodes when it reaches its max distance. The explosion it damages and launches opponents, but it doesn't kill them. This move, just like the Up Smash, will be another parallel to Mario's Up Special. But this move is strictly for recovery purposes. It does have a hitbox, but it's only there to beat out edge guards. Plus, Wario knows he can't jump as high as Mario, so why not use a jetpack to outdo Mario's jump punch? Then we got the Down Special for Hyper Suction and the Ground Pound. Basically the custom, the inhaling chomp, alright. But now, he can walk forward while using it. This chomp gives him new utility by taking inspiration from Wario World and turning it into an anti-zoning tool mixed with a command grab. But Wario can only eat one projectile or item at a time, and the bite no longer heals Wario. And it has a few more frames of end line to make sure it's balanced. I like it! In the air, however, this becomes the Ground Pound, because somebody in the Mario cast should have some form of that. Well, I guess Bowser technically does, but you know what I mean. Basically a landing option that comes out in frame 10. Okay, now there's my outro music. Good grief. I'm just going back to... There we go. Basically a landing option. Spikes opponents the whole way down, and Wario bounces upwards off the opponent he spikes. It also has a shockwave box on the ground, as well to pop opponents straight up. Basically, it's a normal stall and fall like Yoshi's Down Special, but this can actually spike and doesn't kill you when you land it. Why isn't this moving his down air? You may ask? Simple. It wouldn't help this Wario's grab game. This Wario is meant to have more of a lethal grab game than Mario, and a stall and fall down air wouldn't really work with that idea. I like that, yeah, that's solid reasoning. Final Smash wants him to still turn into Wario Man, but then dash forward and double punch his opponents in his way Superman style. If it misses, however, it will kill you. It's less flashy and more committal, but the power makes it worth it if you hit it. This second Wario's Final Smash is again based on a comment Pure made about how Ridley? I've been editing way too much of that video. Good grief. How Wario should be more reckless like his old Final Smash where his bike kills himself. Alright, so that's the moveset I thought of for Wario. What about the idea I mentioned about keeping current players on... Oh no. Yes, I am serious. Okay. Wait a second. Are you just making current Wario the Raving Rabbit instead? of Smash, it's just his head, because of course, using the mascot head for the Raven Rabbids. I guess I have to loop this. That's fine. Down smash is just his down smash. Check it out. This is so good. It's just Wario's animations. Like, you know how this work, and the claymation shows that off perfectly. Yeah, back throw is the down throw, sits on you. Neutral is just the spin. Forward throw is the kick. Upper claps with the pans. Back throw is just the head. And then down there is the spin. Go so far as to say the fart fits the Rabbids better than it does Wario. And the final smash is the Rabbid Kong beatdown. The Rabbid Kong coming in instead of Wario. It all clicks. It's a match made in heaven. This concludes my concept for reworking Wario for a new Super Smash Bros. Game. But you might be thinking, so what is the point of this concept? Why does this character need that much of a rework? Many mods of Smash Bros. Made redesigns of Wario's moveset to include more Wario Land and Wario World elements, while keeping his core playstyle intact. So what's the whole point of this concept? Jump over to another Wario theme real quick. Back to Greenhorn Ruins. Because the many moveset concepts I've seen for Wario don't do him well in my opinion. Because no matter how many Wario Land and Wario World moves are put into Wario's moveset still doesn't feel like Wario to me. I don't just want a moveset with more inspiration from Wario Land and Wario World rather than WarioWare. I want a moveset that truly feels like Wario and celebrates his whole history. I know mine isn't perfect, but this is the best I could think of to show off how I think Wario could be in Smash. A grappler, a tank character, and Mario's opposite and rival. Thank you all for reading, and have a nice day. I also want to give a big thank you to Pirate Kong for inspiring me to make this concept. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know how to design. For contrast and rivalry! Wahahaha! I'll be back this summer though. Select the text after the final smash and scroll down if you want to know. Text after the final smash and scroll if you... We're talking this one? Nope. We're talking about Wario's. Get back past you. Hello? Hidden document. I love these so much. 1 second. Hey, there's the boy. Just marked as teaser. That's great. We're getting teasers of future projects now. This is how far Peasant's perspective has come. I mean, what can I say about claymation? This is so much more artistic talent than I'm ever going to possess. Like, look at all of these. Being able to be this expressive with clay is so hard to do, and having so many examples of this is just... It blows my mind. And I can't believe how just off-the-wall zany, but at the same time absolutely perfect it is to just make Wario into the Rabbids. That, like... It just works. It just works. Yeah, sorry this took so long to get to Harrymation, but like, obviously, the wait was well worth it. This is... I can't get over this. This is... It fits so well! And I definitely agree with your design philosophy of making Wario feel more like Wario. Because I do agree that, yes, making him have more of Wario Land does make it feel a little better, but at the same time, it doesn't fix the overall problem with him. It's more his playstyle doesn't really fit that kind of just show off that he is. Well, it does, but like in the wrong ways. He's such a bizarre character in Smash Bros. One of the most polarized I think there is in it. But yeah. Well done. I can't wait to read Diddy Kong's. Of course I saved this for last. Like, look at all this. I want to have a strong bookend for my concepts, and this was the perfect bookend for that. Alright. What a good episode. We had Jojo Bizarre Adventure characters, we had Wario Claymation, we had the most cursed Tinky Winky of Teletubbies absurdity I've ever seen that truly blew my brain apart. And we have what is now my most desired game idea that's ever existed. I can't believe I've never thought to cross over those old Godzilla games with Monster Hunter. I want to play that game so much. But thank you to everyone that suggested. I'm glad that we finally got to a lot of second ideas this time. There were a lot more great ideas that were submitted. Many of which maybe we'll be able to get to next time. It seems like the new viewers submitting concepts are starting to slow down, which means we should be able to get to a lot of second entries. But like, I don't know how that's gonna work. I should have Ridley up by then, so maybe we'll have a lot of new faces from just that video. I don't know. And like, if anybody's ideas didn't get submitted, didn't get chosen, like, don't worry. This is a monthly series. You'll always have next time and the time after that. Waiting for your concepts is going to become a natural part of this series, especially moving forward as people get their second submissions in. It's going to take a long time to get your third ones. But like, it is an important part of a creative process to make sure that every single voice that can speak has a chance to speak, you know? That way you get the... Sorry. Just felt the exhaustion of talking for 4.5 hours wash over me. But, like, it gets the most opinions into the room as possibly can be, and that's how you make the best kinds of concepts and games and stories and whatever else may have you. So, thank you all for hanging out with me for so long. It's one of my favorite things to do on YouTube. Can't wait for next month. And I shall see you all then.